Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? Still waiting to send stuff to... I don't like the way this works. It's like it with the restream thing. Sometimes it takes a while to receive the data. There it goes. It's kind of a pain. Let's see. All right. I think everything's working. What's going on, Vor? How you doing, bud? I was out much later than I intended to last night. So, I'm on later today. Alright, let's see what is going on. I don't know what the plan is today. I'm gonna go clean my inventory out some. Late nights are hard. They are definitely rough. Yeah, it was not a good night for me. I was... the night went okay up until the very end, and then... yeah, just kind of one of those things that just everything falls apart on you, you know? Alright, let's get over here and linen tunic. Need to do some banking. Where do we zone? If we zone or camp out, where can we camp out at so we don't like end up at the zone line? It's really annoying. Every time I camp in anywhere in Night Harbor, I ended up at the zone line. And I don't know why. Let's see. These up here. Only time it does not do that for me is if I gate in your bind spot. Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Spearhawk? How you doing, bud? Yeah, if you gate and you end up, like, that's where you zoned in at, is that location. So every time it'll zone you in there. For some reason it zones you in. When you camp out in Night Harbor, you zone back in the last time you zoned into Night Harbor. It's kind of silly. Alright, let's see if we can do something with some of this stuff that I have. Alright, this is going to be Burl's stuff. Whenever we see Burl again, I don't know what he's been up to. We'll do that. Alright, I guess we'll put this arcane powder. I don't know. Ooh, we've got motes of shadow. We could probably make something out of these. I don't know how many I have. I'll have to check. Gots to check. Let's see. Yeah, we'll hook Burl up with some stuff. next time he's on. Sorry, my brain is just like fried right now. I'm trying to figure out what to do. So we've got all these gems that we want to put on the gem guy. And then I guess the arcane powder. We'll put it over here for now. If anybody needs tier 3 enchants, let me know. We've got a ton. Alright, we're just going to get rid of this powder here. Alright, let's switch over. 96 rawhide scraps if you want them. I'm good, yeah. Wait for repop and switch to Isar? Alright, no worries. Yeah, I'll be on for a couple hours today. Probably until Sean starts his stream. We'll probably then raid Sean because he's supposed to stream today. And then, yeah, we'll do an overview of that at some point. Alright, let's get back on Criddle. Yeah, it's gonna put me back at the Sungreet Strand zone line, as it always does. For whatever weird reason. Jim had a water pipe break, so exercising at home, rough. That's rough. Let's get rid of all this padded leather. I've got a bunch of padded leather. We try to turn that into canvas. I don't think I can make the backpacks. Padded leather backpacks, though, could be nice to have. But I don't think I can make them yet. Let's see. Padded leather scraps. Is that it? I guess that's all the padded leather scraps. All right, let's turn that into canvas. I feel like I don't get any skill ups. There we go. There's one. There's so few skill ups these days. Oops. All right, let's put that away. We'll put that away. We've got linen. We got lots of linen scraps. I don't know what I'm gonna do with those actually right now. Alright, let's put this gem in here. Put this up here. Put this up here. Veiled fabric. Oak frayed rope can go there. Workman's gloves. Okay, we got gear apparently in here that I did not realize that I had. Hmm. 61 days, right? Slowly but surely we're getting there. I hope slowly but surely the devs are getting there. All right, let's give these to the alchemist guy. Probably need to make, I've got all these wolf hearts. I could make more potions. Speed of the Wild potions, but I don't really need to make them right now. A bunch of bolts of linen too, huh? Okay. Well, yeah, my brain is just not wanting to function today. I'm just trying to make sure I've got everything here. Oh, this goes over here. I think that's it. I believe that is it. All right. One more campy Rooney. Get rid of all these things. And then I guess we're going to go try to camp something. Alright, let's get on Bago here. Get rid of these items. Maybe. Maybe we won't load. I guess we're going to Alt F4 that. Veiled fabric. Oh shoot, this is totally full. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Alright, well that's about it. What do I have these for? Oh, these are actual magic ranged items. Okay. All right. Did they say about adding more character slots? No, I don't think so. Do they need more? Wouldn't mind if they charge for that. Yeah, I don't think they're ever going to do that. I don't think they want to charge for stuff like that. I mean, I'd be okay with it. I wouldn't care, but yeah, I think some people would be pretty upset about it. Because of the way they do inventory management and such. Good morning, Bob. How you doing, bud? All right, let's put this stuff over here. Are these IVU? Oh, these are just regular Invis potions. I need those. I didn't realize I had all this gear over here on this guy. Holy moly. Gemless staff, gemless... I got all these extra gemless staves. I didn't even know I had these. Well... I got lots more junk to get rid of. Wonder if they're ever going to upgrade these. Watch these end up getting like a crazy big upgrade at some point. But I guess it doesn't really matter. Alright, that's it for that. And then I don't think I can move on my oh wait, this goes over here somewhere. I don't think I can move on my other character. Oh wait, that's actually, there we go. My potion character, I think they're just too heavy. It's too heavy. We'll see. Yeah, I can't move. 425 pounds. And all he's got is all these giant hearts. He's really close. Issa, you want to help me move these giant hearts? I gotta get closer to the bank. I just gotta be able to put them in there. I don't know why these things are so heavy. 5 pounds each. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm just curious, can I drop? Wow. I can even drop a whole stack of these. Still can't move. Yeah, I definitely should have been closer to the bank when I did this trade. Or closer to the banker. Alright. Good luck. It's going to be heavy. And then just trade them back to me when I get closer. And I'll stand over here. Can I open the bank from here? Hang on. There we go. I can open the bank from here. Can you trade from there? Yeah, perfect. There we go. Perfection. All right. Bandolier. Well, shoot. I have a bunch of bandoliers on here. Well, whatever. We'll just hold on these right there. That's fine. My goodness. There we go. Good enough. Let's get some IVU potions. Perfect. Invis potions, IVU potions. And I think we're good. I got so many of these IVU potions. Holy moly. Got a bunch of them. Alright. Well, I'm done with inventory management, I guess, for now. Whoops. We can do whatever. Man, am I in a mood today, though. Whew. Yesterday was taxing for some reason to me. I got up in the morning and I was like already tired as soon as I woke up. And I slept well the night before, but I was so stinking tired all day yesterday. And then I stayed out. I didn't get home until like 2 a.m. And then I woke up at like 7:30 this morning. So it's just one of those days, man. I don't know. I'm just feeling completely out of it. Hey, it's over 9,000. How are you? Couple of IVU potions. We'll put 4 of those in here and then 2 Invis potions. Wish those would stack. Like, why can't we not have things that stack? That would be nice. Asking for too much, man. Potion stacking is immersive. I know. It's ridiculous, dude. I don't understand, like... Yeah, they made some of them stack. And then all of a sudden they're like, nope, other things can't stack. Just the stat potions will stack. It's like, what? Makes no sense. Like, why can only the stat potions stack? I'm looking to see what kind of cool stuff there is over here. Goods merchant. Goods? What kind of goods you got? Inquisition Guild House. All right, we ready to roll somewhere? Let me see. Are you guys saying stuff in chat? What's in here? Nothing? Can we not get in here? Alright. I guess I'll run to Fallen Pass, if we're going to do that. Hit up some old Fallen Pass, fight some things, do some stuff. Port to Evershade Weld and evac us to Fallen Pass unless you want to run. I'll just run. It's not a big deal. He's fine. He's fine. I just wish my brain would turn back on. Holy moly, man. Just been, very foggy today. You got a key this morning? Nice. You made an elementalist? Can't wait to get home and play some more. Awesome. Glad you got a key. More and more people are getting access, which is great. Get some more testing in and just more playtime for everybody, you know? Find one of those IV places, get an IV drip with some vitamins. Yeah. I don't know if that's it. I think I'm just tired. I think that's all it is. I'm exhausted with life right now, you know? Now you get that way sometimes. Wonder if Sean's gonna have any good stuff to talk about today. Guess we'll find out in a few hours. $50-50? Yeah, right? His hair. Do you take magnesium glycinate? Notice the difference? Yeah, I've got these vitamins right here. It's like Vitafusion, whatever vitamins that I take. I don't know if it helps. Sort of stuck at level 7. Not sure where to continue grinding. Any suggestions? You trying to go solo or in a group? I mean, either way, I would come out here into Sungreet Strands. You can kill these skeletons and zombies that are running around. And then over at the beach over here, there's some were-rats and like ruffians and stuff. That's what I would do. Fumbled around the city for 2 hours trying to do the electric quest. Finding the 4 statues for incense. I don't know what the electric quest is. Teach you the layout of the town. That's good though, yeah. Oh, for elementalists? Okay. Wizard quadding, not a thing anymore. Not really. You can do it, but it's more difficult. It's not as mana efficient as it used to be. So that's a good thing, I think. Like they needed to make it a little bit more difficult. It was way too good. But now what wizards are doing is they're using a rain spell, and the rain spell can hit it's not called rain, but it can hit unlimited enemies. So they're kind of like able to get a bunch of mobs in one little area and then just run around in a big circle, and mobs kind of die just standing underneath raining fire. It's, I don't know. Hopefully they fix that. It's broken? Yeah, it's pretty broken. It's silly. I've even seen wizards literally pathing exploit it so that they can do it. So they got to get on top of stuff like that. I've seen too many little exploits that people just sit there and use over and over and over. You know who I'm talking about? I mean, there's probably more than one, but yeah, I've seen people, yeah, just like literally they like run up a cliff and then the mobs get stuck and then they just put a rain spell. They got a talking to by Trent. Who was that? Just out of curiosity. I'm curious if it was the same person or not. I bet you there's a lot of people doing it. Hang on one second. What the heck is going on here? Why are you still playing fighter? Trying to get Biss? No, I'm playing the fighter mostly to help other people. Just tank mobs for people. No, I'm not on the PvP server. No, I won't do PvP in this game. Starts with N and ends with O. That's a different person than I saw doing it. Saw a guy called Trent in the market. Weird looking round monster armor. Is that the GM? Yeah, it is. Yeah, he's got a green name. That is Trent the GM. He always looks like one of the capsule characters. He likes to use that illusion. If I had a goal for the character, not really. I don't really have any goals left in this game right now, other than just trying to test things and just kind of play, chat about it, talk to other people about it, and yeah. crazy Uber stories from last night? No, just one guy at the very end of the night that just kind of ruined my entire night. He was very, very intoxicated. I probably should have just been like, get out of my car. Picked him up, and I was like, this ride's not gonna go well. Just not gonna go well. Right. And it didn't. I should have known better. Didn't make for a good night for me. Somebody's at our door for some reason. Why are people ringing our doorbell? Sometimes you gotta trust your gut. I really should have trusted my gut. That guy was way too drunk. Way too drunk. Sounds awful. It was. It was a very awful experience. I had planned to go home like an hour earlier last night, and I was like, well, I'll stay out for a little bit. And yeah, bad idea. A bad idea. Oh well, what you gonna do? Who we waiting on here? We got We're waiting on Braggin. Braggin. But no, sci-fi, like at this point I'm just kind of playing the game, you know, just to kind of show it off to you guys, honestly. Show it off to you all, stream it some, and you know, continue testing things here and there that need testing. But there's so much stuff right now that the devs need to work on. It's probably a little too overwhelming for them, to be honest. They probably have too much that they need to do. There's no point in really giving them more on their plate. List is tall. If you want to finish by October, yeah, it's pretty tall. They're not going to get all the classes in by October 1st. Like that, we can just assume that is not going to happen. Like I don't see it happening. Not in any good shape anyway. Like they might rush it and just get stuff in, but it's not going to be in good place. Playing Bard at the moment and praying to all the gods. I think it will be post-beta, though, truthfully. It might. Yeah, it might be. It's not looking great at the moment on their timeline. Legends is all the rage. It is. I think it's going to die very quickly, though. Like, very, very quickly. It's the wild and hot ex-girlfriend you dated in college. Yeah, exactly. It's the one you're like, we'll have some fun for a week or two, but there's no way I'm sticking around. Got a level 30 in Legends. Got my M&M invite. Haven't went back to Legends. Yeah. Nice. That'll do it. Yeah, I much prefer Monsters and Memories over EverQuest Legends. Looks like there's a change coming to the fighter. Yeah, they're going to be doing changes to all the classes. Also, are they implementing more classes in Monster Memories, or are you just saying they won't finish the classes? They are going to be changing the fighter soon-ish. That's the next one that's up for changing. All of the current classes, though, are being changed or being worked on in some way. And they're supposed to, the idea was to get all of these classes changed and a deep dive in before early access starts. The rate that they're currently going on it is not going to happen before early access starts. There's just no possible way. And the state that they're coming in is not really great. You know, all of them in some way, shape, or form have been buggy or overpowered, underpowered. Something's just been wrong with them, and they're not coming in great at all. So they're basically bringing them in and then constantly having to fix them. I feel like personally they did a little too much. They're trying to change too much that they didn't need to change. Like adding in systems and stuff that just weren't necessary. I don't feel like for this game. They're trying to differentiate themselves from EverQuest, which I appreciate. But, yeah, they're also just biting off way more than they can chew. Way, way more than they can chew. Class is supposed to get deep dives. Yeah, it's the deep dives that they're supposed to be getting, and it's just kind of going slow. If I wanted to play a single-player RPG, there's way better options than EQ Legends. I agree. Yeah. EverQuest Legends is just literally a really, really outdated RPG. That's really all it is. I think legally these deep dives are to separate themselves from EQ IP to avoid legal chaos. I don't know that there's a legal chaos there, but I mean, yeah, I could see that, but I don't think it's really that big a deal. But even still, I think they did way too much. Plenty of redundant spells they've introduced. There were a lot of redundant spells. They're trying to get away from that now and try to make every class feel unique and have their own unique abilities. So, I mean, they're working on it. We'll see what they do. My biggest play so far is gnomes turning into stuck stepping stones for ogres. It's outrageous. Got it stuck twice. I had to use my /stuck command. A couple hours of gameplay. I was getting stuck a lot last night, so I feel your pain. I got stuck over and over and over on my dwarf, just constantly. You excited for the deep zones and Fallen Watch? I'm extremely excited. Yeah. Hang on one second. Hang on one second, guys. All right, sorry, I'm trying to figure out stuff for my kids' play date next week. Some of the classes are cookie cutter from EQ. They are. A lot of the classes are cookie cutter from EQ. That's why they're trying to fix them. But yeah, I'm very excited for Fallen Watch, Deep Zones. Hopefully we get this Deep Zones soon. They said the Deep Zones might actually be in by like this coming week or so. So we might actually start seeing them. Fallen Watch, I don't know when we're going to see it. Sean did say that he wanted it to be out before beta ends, so before early access. So we'll have to see if they get it out in time or not. But could be good. I'm sad that it seems the deep dives for all of them won't be in for EA because I wanted to see how Ranger changes before making my choice. I think that's the biggest issue, right? To me, that was always the biggest issue is we're people are wanting to know what their class is going to play like. They're going to want to know what their class is going to play like prior to getting into early access. So we're going to have to kind of base some of this on what the devs have said it's going to be. and just kind of hope that they end up making the class that way. So it's a whole thing. Change the mages, Call of the Hero. Did they have to change those, or did they choose to change those from the beginning? I don't think they called it Spirit of the Wolf and Call of the Hero from the very beginning. I think they specifically tried to keep the same acronym, but changed the name. Gnome, Dwarf, and Ogre collision is wildly annoying. Really? Is it like the way they interact with each other, or all three of those separately? If you want to play the game that is good as solo content, Final Fantasy XIV is a great story. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV is a fantastic story. I like it. WoW's now a solo game. Is it an extraction game? It kind of is an extraction game. It's, you know, everybody group up, go do dungeon, get your loot, get out. Rinse and repeat. Oh, go back up. Sorry, I'm not paying attention. Get on Discord so I can get yelled at. My bad. I'm totally not paying attention. Let's see. Discord. Wrong Discord. Here we go. Like I said, my brain is not working today, guys. I am very fuzzy brain today. I want to just sit around and do nothing, to be honest with you. Like, I don't want to do anything today. I wanted to just wake up, turn on the TV, and just, like, get a bowl of ice cream and just sit there and do nothing. That's how I felt. But, you know, unfortunately, we can't do that. I'll probably end up having to go driving again tonight. I was going to go, my plan was to go driving for a long time again tonight, but I think I'm going to do a shorter stint. Just get my bonus money and get the heck out. I would never play WoW solo. The game is 100% better with static group. Be that raid team or Mythic Plus. Well, yeah, but I mean, I think what people mean by it's a solo game now is you could play a lot of the game solo. Like the leveling process, and you can do almost everything solo except for the in-game raiding and the Mythic Plus dungeons. You know, those do require a coordinated group to do, or coordinated groups for the raids. But yeah, I think what people mean is that it's, oh my gosh, there we go. Well, I think what people mean is that yeah, just the main game can be soloed. Getting up to max level and that kind of stuff. But I agree with you. I wouldn't want to play them solo either. That's the reason I don't want to play those games, like Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft, is because you really can just kind of like hit a queue button and you can queue up for dungeons, and most of the gameplay you can do solo. It might be with a group, but you're still doing it solo. You're like you're pugging it, but you don't really need to have, you know, a set group. And I use the word need there instead of want. I much prefer to play a game with a group, but it's just not necessary in a lot of the modern MMOs. So feels bad, yeah. Fun stuff. Raid Mythic Plus is basically a seasonal game now, and has been for a while. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's but the thing is, like, when you say the fun stuff, what the heck? Oh, there it goes. That was weird. Oh, I looted the wrong one, I guess. When you say the fun stuff, that's debatable. You know, like, the fun stuff to you is raids and Mythic Plus and the challenging content, which it is for me too. But some people, you know, don't like to do that. So, what? Hi. Who was at the door? The doorbell rang. They didn't mess with my car. I had the windows open. Yeah, I wanted it to dry out after cleaning out stuff. Not in a good mood. Yeah, but anyway, it's clean. Probably cleaner than it was before anyway. I just put, use Dawn to scrub it all. Yeah, just don't turn it up too loud. I mean, you don't ever turn it up loud anyway, but... But anyway, yeah, getting back to that, I agree. Like, the fun stuff to me, I like the in-game content. I like doing raids. I like doing group stuff. I prefer playing games that way. But it's just, yeah, a lot of World of Warcraft these days is log in, do those things, do your dailies, your weeklies, you know, that kind of stuff, and then log out. And I don't want a game. Oh, that's gone. That's a train. We got a bunch of mobs coming. It's about to happen, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe we can clean this up. I don't know what's going on. We'll see if we get a crazy train. Yeah, Monsters and Memories is going to end up being, hopefully, the way that they're building it, what they're trying to do, is make it a very group-focused game. So, like, everything you're going to want to be in a group is the idea. They haven't fully gotten there yet, but hopefully, as they continue to work on it, it'll improve. Twig's Cleric solo dream is over. Oh no! Did you give up on it? It's tough, man. It's tough. Soloing as a cleric is definitely not for the weak. WoW Classic, I don't mind the fact that you can level solo, and some classes are better than others, but you still need groups for the harder content. I'm still getting used to M&M needing to really get a group to even level. It depends on your class. That's kind of where I was getting at a second ago. Is certain classes in this game can solo way more efficiently than for XP than you'll get in any group. And then duos and trios are a lot more efficient. If you can't solo, get into a duo or trio, and you're going to get way more experience that way. It's just all around better to be in a smaller group or solo in this game as well. But the only time you'd really want a full group is when you're camping. If you're trying to camp something higher level than you might want to have a full group. So they just need to work on that quite a bit more, because the reward is just not there for a full group right now. It's just not. Like, I don't care how people want to try to spin it. Oh, you get more gear, you get this, you get that. No, it's safer. There's no reward for being in a full group, really. In most ways, it's not worth it. Once you get into to the highest level of the game, like in the high 50s, then getting in a full group starts to become beneficial, because certain places are very difficult to camp, but you don't necessarily need it depending on what group composition you have and the skill of your players and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Still playing PTR and Pantheon. I just don't know the direction of what they want to do right now. I still think early access is better in terms of spells. Mastery is just so limited. Yeah, Pantheon, man, I'm done with Pantheon unless they just actually can show some progress. They have... Every time that I get hyped about that game, they just don't deliver. So I kind of gave up on them. I don't think Pantheon's ever gonna make it to 1.0 in a good way, like in a good shape, to be, in my opinion, worth paying for. I feel like being a full group, you lose out on loot, but far better XP rates. No, it's not far better XP rates. It's slower. The more people you add to a party, the slower your XP gets. Just the way it is. Like if you're playing your cleric, for example, clerics can't solo well. But if you take a cleric and add it with a fighter and you just duo stuff, you're gonna get great XP. You add a third player, your XP is going to go down. You add a fourth player, it's going to go down per hour. Right? Like XP per hour. Just... The game is just not... It's not... Right now, it's just not made for full groups. They really, really need to incentivize it. And for some reason, it's like pulling teeth when you talk to the devs about it. They're like, oh, we're making adjustments, or we're adjusting this, we're adjusting that, and it's just bad. It's better than it used to be, though. At one point, full groups used to be 3 times worse than they are right now. Literally 3 times. You get XP 3 times slower. It was really silly. They've sped it up, and this is for full groups. They've sped it up considerably, and it's still slower than solos and duos. I guess consider I was killing level 8 solo at 14. Experience was super slow. Yeah, well, I mean, if you're talking about a cleric, yeah. Hopefully we get Zeroth a few times today. This camp is very tedious. Yeah, I'll be getting the dagger, right? What are you watching? People killing people? Yeah, you're a weirdo. Weirdo watching weirdo shows. How was the event last night? Who? Oh, Charles Pierce. Yeah. You have over 3,000 Manivore? Wow. Pretty solid. Pretty dang solid. Yes. You got 3,000 Manowars. It's a weird thing to have 3,000 of, but okay. I don't even know there's 3,000 of those in existence anymore. Gear upgrades have been massive. That's good. Always good to get new gear. Yeah, hopefully they continue working on itemization more, because it needs it too. I don't like that mobs have like 5 items to them. That to me feels bad. Like raid bosses can have 5 or even more items to them, but regular mobs, 2 or 3 at most. Well, what I say, both of these over here, the 2 mobs at this camp, both can spawn, or can drop. Sorry, can drop like 5 items each. And enchants, yeah. Enchants definitely help out. People should try to get enchants if they can. It's a lot of extra stats. Only problem with enchants that I see so far is you really don't want to get them until end game when you have like the really good gear, because you don't want to constantly have to replace your enchants. But I don't know, like if you're trying to, if you get a piece of gear, put an enchant on it, you don't want to have to pay for that all the time, and they're not cheap, you know? So I'm not sure how that's going to work out. Yeah, most name drop 5 items, and 4 of the items are usually not great. Da 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 da. Can you hold a stack of something on your cursor and pass a button? Left click and put in the slot to make crafting easy? I don't know what you mean by and pass a button and left click to put one in the slot. Oh, like, yeah. You can hold a stack and then I think shift click. Well, no, shift click, not shift click, sorry, control click will pick up one at a time out of a stack if that's what you want to do. What weapon? I'm using the Fell Trident and the Fester Clasp. But I think if you pick up like a stack... Yeah, you can pick up a stack like this, control click, and it'll drop one item out of the stack. So you can do that as well. You can't hit combine with stuff in your cursor. Oh, you're talking about for crafting? Like, yeah, you can't do it for crafting. To make the only, I mean, crafting's not hard because you just pull out this little tab. So here, we'll move this up here. When you're crafting, you pull out this little tab right here, and you just find the craft that you want to make, and you click it, and it'll automatically fill it in. You don't have to put the items in there. As long as you have them in your inventory, it'll automatically fill in whatever items that are there. So yeah, you shouldn't have to worry about shift clicking and all that kind of stuff. Dang butlers. I need to work on crafting a bit more. But I don't know if I will or not. It's not really worth putting the effort into. At least not for the rest of the beta. If it was, if we were in early access, I'd probably work on it and try to level everything up to 300. How can you play this game? You can sign up for the closed beta test on their website. So make an account, log in, and then you can opt in for it. And then every Friday they give out access to people. Or you can wait until October 1st. And then everybody can play October 1st. Griddle sometimes gives away keys. Yeah, if I get community keys or friend codes, when you sign up and you opt in, if you are selected, you also get a friend code that emails you. And every once in a while, somebody in the community will offer up one of their friend codes to give away. Gonna stream and comment on Sean's stream or just end and watch? I don't know. We'll see how I feel when he starts up the stream. I'm very fuzzy headed today, so I don't know, man. I was debating even getting on to stream today. I probably should go get like a soda or something. Get some caffeine. Sounds like I need more sweet tea. Yeah, sweet tea's good. I do like it. It's bad for you, but it's good. Nah, just last night, just I don't know, just Uber and Lyft stuff's just been kind of. I'm just tired of doing it. Honestly, I want to stop doing it, but it's how I can make a little bit of money. You know, it's just a good way to make some money on the weekends. Do they have a patch day like WoW Tuesday, or is it random? Right now, it's mostly random. They did mention that they want to do a patch day, like a Tuesday patch day kind of thing, but they haven't started that yet. They haven't specifically like created one. I'm hoping when EA comes around, they do that, like every Tuesday or every Thursday or whatever. Pop. I don't know why that went after you. It was weird. Or it was going after somebody. Yeah, it hasn't. They don't have a like every week they do it kind of thing. I wish they would be a little bit more. Have it more on a schedule. I'm trying to think of a word for that, but more consistent, I guess. And just put something out every week, but they don't do that. It's actually been a couple of weeks since the last patch. It's been a long time, and we need a lot of work to be done on it, so I'm hoping this next patch is pretty big. It's supposed to be massive. Like, deep zones, deep races, 3 class updates, a lot of bug fixes and formula fixes. So, kind of feels like something big is coming. Yeah, something big is definitely coming. Like, all of those things that I just named are supposed to be in soon, is what they keep saying. So we'll see. But I imagine they're going to do a lot of them at once. Why is my taunt going to the feet? I'm going to try that again. Let me taunt. Yeah, I'm taunting this mob's feet. And not their head. That's weird. Your nukes are going to the feet too? Huh. Very strange. Somebody apparently was messing with some VFX and kind of messed things up. Some silly wabbits. I'm hyped, but also scared about a big patch. Wonder what they will break. Oh, they're gonna break a lot. I have yet to see a patch in this game where they don't break as many things as they fix. Usually they're pretty good about fixing the things that they break. But yeah, when they do a big patch, it breaks so many things that are like completely unrelated to each other. And it really doesn't make any sense, but you know, it happens. They're quick with the bad breaks. Some of them they're quick with. Like, I'm tired of the falling through the world when you gate or teleport. The camping out in Night Harbor and going back to the zone line. Like, those are really annoying bugs that they have just left in for a long time. I don't know if they just don't know what the issue is or how to fix it. I don't know why those bugs are in, but they've been in far too long. The zone line is so annoying. Yeah, it's super annoying. Yeah, I don't know why they haven't fixed that one yet. The coffee donkey bug. Yeah, that bug is actually still kind of in the game. A little bit. I saw a pink donkey running around just the other day. But it's not doing like the duplicate pink donkeys everywhere. It's just that the donkey is pink. Like a placeholder character or something. What about wizard flashbang spells? Those are still broken. Yeah. Those feel really bad. I don't know why they hadn't fixed those yet. Yeah, I'm also curious. I might ask Sean today what their plan is when they're gonna shut down the servers. He said previously, like 1 to 2 weeks prior to October 1st, they want to lock the servers in September, which means they only have 1 month to go before they're gonna lock the servers and just fix bugs. Is what they were gonna do originally. I don't know what they're gonna do now though. might go grab a soda real quick. You sir, you go to tank for a minute? I'm gonna grab a soda. I'll be back in just a minute. Alright guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab something to drink real quick. Try to get some caffeine in my system or something. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay. That's already a little bit better. Just gotta, you know, clear out the haze and the fog. I don't know why I'm so foggy today. Do 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 do. Wonder how much threat they're going to give the fighter. I mean, they're going to considerably lower their DPS, which might end up making the fighter, like, not wanted in groups. I'll have to see what they do, because yeah, if they lower the DPS too much, there's not going to really be anything else they bring to a party other than tanking stuff. But if they lower it too much, then they're not even going to be able to hold threat. Bards and fighters gonna sit in LFG and talk about the good old days? They could, yeah, they could. What do you think of Shadow Knight? Right now, Shadow Knight's the best overall tank from level 1 to 60. You can solo with them. They're good group tanks. They've got utility. They're the best overall tank. Make fighters AoE tanks so wizards can use their AoE spells. Yeah, I'm against that. Like, I don't know why they added so many AoE spells to the game with these class updates. Doesn't make any sense. Because it's not supposed to be that kind of game where you aggro a bunch of mobs. Not to mention, like a fighter, any tank is not going to be able to hold, not just hold the aggro, but be able to take the hits from all those mobs. It's just not going to be possible. Like, the healers won't be able to keep up with it. Yeah, I don't know why they chose to go that direction with all the AoE stuff. It really makes no sense. Unless the mob has a damage shield. Yeah, if the mob has a damage shield, that's going to be helpful. Like, the fighter will be able to at least hold threat on it without taking tons of damage. Yeah, I'm really hoping they do like some sort of retaliate type thing where the fighter's DPS is lowered, but when they're tanking, it brings it back up. So, like, if they're taking the hits, they have that retaliate ability to be able to do more damage. Kind of what I mean, though. Give fighters the tools, both offensive and defensive AoE tank. I mean, they could, they could do that. I just don't think that's the direction they want out of this game, is AoE tanking and AoE group content. Like, I think their idea is fight one enemy at a time, and have, you know, enchanters and CC classes hold the other ones. But honestly, who knows? I mean, they keep changing stuff and we don't really know. Solidify them as the best single target tanks? Yeah. I would like them to be the best overall tank. You know, just like they take the least amount of damage. Period. And they get that because they don't have the utility that all the other tanks have. And so it makes sense. People don't want that because they don't want it to end up being like EverQuest 1 Warriors, where Warriors were the only real tanks. You know, and they're the only ones that could tank certain boss fights and stuff. But what's a good two-handed for SK to have? Tree Feller is the best. Tree Feller is one of the better ones that you can get. Yeah, it's a very, very good weapon, but you can only use it on the Ogre. So if you have an Ogre Shadow Knight, yes, it's probably the best one you're going to get. AoE spells could be useful if they made swarm type mobs. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they could make it to where, like, you know, 5 mini monsters pop all at once, and you do like an AoE spell and take them all down. But everyone's squishy so Twig can heal something, right? Yeah, that's going to be the issue with AoE tanking, or AoE killing mobs in this game, is even if the tank could get aggro on multiple enemies, they're not going to be able to take the hits. So they would need to give them a lot more defense. And if you give them too much defense, then they become way too easy to heal. So there's definitely a balance there they have to figure out on what they want. Sean was saying on one stream that he wants to make it where the more monsters you're fighting, the more difficult it is. So it becomes like exponentially harder for every enemy that you add. I mean, the only way that it makes sense to me that they could do something like that is if they added something like a pack tactics, where monsters started to hit harder or more often or something like that when there's more of them around. But that kind of defeats the purpose of, you know, having CC classes. So I don't know. Keep hearing AC is broke. AC is currently broken. Yeah, it works, but the broken side of it is the bonus damage. So every mob in the game has a base hit that they hit for, and then they can do bonus damage, and that bonus damage gets bigger the higher level they are. So in the beginning, armor class works great when you're low level, because they only do the base damage, and that gets mitigated. But then as you get higher level, that bonus damage gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and it goes unmitigated from AC. So yeah, it feels really bad. Higher level you get, the weaker you become, no matter what your AC is. More it rains, the wetter you get. Yep, pretty much. Could scare away big AoE pulls with enraging mobs at low health. They could do that, yeah. I think that, you know, an enrage ability on some enemies would be good. I don't really like tank swap type mechanics in games like this. But an enrage ability would encourage that. So you'll have, like, you know, a tank tanking it, and then use their cooldown, and then, you know, next enrage they swap, and the other tank uses their cooldown, and they kind of go back and forth. So I don't know if they're going to plan on doing that or not. Pantheon couldn't figure out AC either. Yeah, they kind of messed with it a little bit. Still think they're on pace for early access in October? No, they're not anywhere remotely close to on pace. No, they're way off. But they will release it, I think, in October 1st. I think the game will be in early access, and we will start paying for it. The issue is, how will it feel? You know, the game doesn't have to be finished October 1st, but if it feels good to play and it's fun, then it's going to be okay. But if it doesn't feel good, then it's going to fail very quickly. Right now, I think if they were to launch the game today, there's too many bugs, too many questions, like what if, and what are these classes going to end up being like, and all that. There's way too many things up in the air right now where I don't think it would do well. People would get very frustrated. You know, they're going to log in and start playing their rogue and get it to like level 20 and then realize that rogue sucks compared to other classes. You know, and that's just like nobody wants to deal with that, right? Like, nobody wants to start a character and then realize after putting in many hours that all of a sudden, oh, now I just finally realized that my class is just underpowered compared to all the other classes, and nobody wants to have them in a group. I will say this, though. We found out yesterday or the day before that rogues are going to be the wealthiest characters in the game, because with Pickpocket, they can literally just sit there and pickpocket the same enemy apparently over and over and over and over and keep getting money and keep gems and all sorts of stuff. They're going to be super rich. If you're willing to play a rogue, you will definitely not be hurting for money. Their volunteers are tired of 100-hour work weeks for free. Their volunteers, absolutely. I would get tired of it too. But yeah, they want to pay their art team first. That's the idea, at least from what I understand. They also need to be paying somebody that can work on these classes. And like the classes, in my opinion, have just been... I don't have a better word for it, but bad. I have not really been happy with most of the class updates. I mean, I like the way what they're trying to do with it, because like I get the direction they're trying to go, but it's just that most of them, they just feel bad. So some basic foundational things I could copy and paste from EverQuest and no one would mind, like AC and group XP calculations. Yeah, the group XP calculations from later, like the original ones from EverQuest were bad, but they upgraded or updated those or whatever. They made them better as time went on. They could definitely look at that. It's gonna be bad if all the classes aren't done. All the classes won't be done, Pokey. There's no way. If they are done and in the game, they're not going to be balanced. They're not going to be tuned. They're just going to be there. and they'll probably have a bunch of bugs because the 6 classes that they have done so far have kind of been a buggy mess, to be honest. Like it feels really bad. Like it's just been super buggy. And yeah, some of the things are getting fixed. Other things are not so much. So yeah. Problem with it only being a part-time gig for the devs. I mean, it's great, but the massive people want things to go faster. Yeah, they do need to. I mean, especially when they start early access, they need to fix things faster. That's gonna be rough. Hope you're having a good day. Hey, what's up, Meat Lacer? How you doing, bud? I'm having an okay day. I had a very, very rough night last night, and today's been kind of just trying to pick things up and move forward. You know, can't go backwards. Jewish change were it's a terrible way to say it, but I don't disagree. They did a quick Uno reverse with the int for damage on spells. Yeah. Right now, the druids and shaman are super powerful compared to other classes because they're able to heal really well, they're able to DPS really well, and they have buffs. So they're just it just feels bad. There's a limit on pickpocket. The mobs run out of money and loot. Still issue with pickpocket. I'm still looting no drop quest items. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's just really buggy. The whole thing seems really buggy. Like you can mez a mob and pickpocket it, which is weird. Like I feel like pickpocket should break mez, you know, something. Do like maybe 1 point of damage or something. Or maybe if you fail the pickpocket, it breaks the mez. I don't know. I like Beastmaster changes, but that's the only rework class I played. I like the changes. Like I like what they're trying to do with the Beastmaster, but it's still extremely buggy and it's not balanced at all. The ability, the kinship bat ability that we got at level 30 is the second worst spell in the game, or second worst ability in the game. The only one worse is the actually it might be the worst. I don't know. It's tied for the worst. The next worst is going to be the Spellblade with their static field. Like those two abilities are absolutely worthless. They literally, no one should ever put them on their bar. They have zero purpose. Just gonna, I don't know. I just, it's mind-boggling why some of the things were added, and not why they were added, but why they were added in the state that they were added in. Can't imagine Spellblade got worse. Yeah, Spellblade was pretty bad. Druid seasons are kind of a mess. I don't like the Druid seasons. I know some people like it. I think it's just annoying to have to watch a buff bar. Like constantly look at your buff and see how many stacks you have, if you're about to go to the next season, what season you're in, all that. You're just constantly having to pay attention to it. I don't like that kind of gameplay, but the premature release, yes. I don't have hope that will change anytime soon. Yeah, the seasons is not going to change anytime soon. I think they're just going to kind of keep modifying it. Yeah, they definitely polish and stuff. Pickpocket no drop quest items. Yeah, that's rough. If you're able to pickpocket no drop quest items, they definitely need to fix that. Like, where did they create like some sort of loot pool? Is it based? It's got to be based on the mob that you're fighting. Then, like, we had a situation yesterday where a name spawned, came down to our camp, and we had a rogue in our group. And then we killed the mob and it didn't drop any item. And I'm assuming it's because of the rogue pickpocket bug. Probably glitched it out and caused it to not drop anything. But literally the name didn't drop a single... Well, it dropped a lemon. 1 lemon is all it dropped. 32 Rogue does the same backstab damage naked as they do fully equipped. Yeah, they need to fix that too. Yeah, the backstab damage needs to go up significantly. Probably like 10 times the amount that it currently is. It feels bad. Seems like a staff is more likely to do interviews. Have you ever thought about inviting one, a conversation about some your other community's concerns? I've thought about it a few times. Yeah, I've actually talked to Sean. We didn't do an interview thing, but I did talk to Sean. But yeah, I mean, I've thought about it a few times. Having them on and doing like a roundtable discussion kind of thing, but we'll see. Spells are worthless on a rework class. Yeah, there's the kinship bat and the static field on Beastmaster and Spellblade, respectively. Both of those abilities are absolutely worthless. Yeah, they're no point in casting them whatsoever. Which is like, you just reworked this class. Why did you put in abilities that are not worth casting? You played a Spellblade and they seem very one-dimensional. They are, at least for the first like 15 or so levels. Then you start unlocking the stances. You have a stance from like the very beginning, but once you have all 3 stances and an associated ability with each of those stances, then you realize it's just going to be a stance dance class. So you're going to go into one stance, use an ability, go to another stance, use an ability, go to another stance, use an ability, and then kind of keep moving around from different stances to do different abilities. And yeah, I don't know. To me, it's not fun gameplay. Some people like it, but I find it tedious. I don't know if they're trying to hit on the like the World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy type gameplay or what, but yeah, they feel bad. They did say bug report, name mobs, not dropping anything. Yeah, we definitely let them know. We bug reported it. So like a hair in my mouth, tickle in the back of my mouth. Backstab doesn't need to go up in PvP. I don't know. Maybe that's why they don't want backstab to be higher. I have no idea. No clue. But PvP and PvE are very different and should not be... One should not affect the other, I don't feel like. They're going to, clearly. Going to happen. But I wish they wouldn't. Why is the game so dark again? I don't know. They keep making it darker. They keep... I don't know what they're doing with it. It's awful, man. Backstab already hits me for 800 damage when I have 1.7k. Yeah. Oh, I feel you. I feel you on that. The problem is, like in for a rogue, they're doing damage with their weapons, right? They're just doing their melee attacks. And then they get their big backstab, you know, level 50 plus, and they'll backstab for like a couple hundred damage. That's nothing. I can do a couple hundred damage in a single hit. My Rend ability here will do like 100 plus damage every time I use it, just about. And it sometimes will double attack. So Rend, which is on a 10-second cooldown, is doing sometimes as much as a rogue backstab, which he shouldn't be. I love the class fantasy of the Spellblade, but found it tedious like you did. I'm hoping they have a second pass on it. I don't think you're going to have a second pass on anything. I think that what they currently have in is what they currently have in, and that's it. You know, they don't have time to do a second pass. Like, they didn't really have time to do a first pass. Well, I guess it would be a third pass now. They did their first pass, and it was basically copy and paste of EverQuest. Their second pass now, which they didn't really have time for, but they decided to try to do anyway, was a little too much. Trying to change too much and make too many new systems and, you know, just rework everything instead of just change a few spells around and abilities. But whatever. I was actually really curious what they're going to do with the Ranger and the other hybrids after what they did with the Beastmaster. Since they took away basically all the Beastmaster abilities. Are they going to have the game on Steam? There are no plans right now to put the game on Steam. That's really all I can say about it. From the sounds of what Sean has said, he doesn't want to put the game on Steam. Definitely not in the beginning. Maybe down the road, but there's absolutely no plans whatsoever. Like, they're not saying, yes, in the future there will be Steam. And he's also not saying, no, in the future there will never be Steam. He's not saying either of those things. It's just, they're not even considering it right now. They have too many other things to work on. I'll die on the hill. That Ranger Archer is just too much overlap. Oh, yeah, for sure. I feel like they should have just taken the Ranger class out of this game. That would have been one less copy and paste of EverQuest. Just remove it from the game and made the Archer. And it's been like, that's just your physical ranged class. You know, and then you have a wizard for your magical range class. But, yeah. While it would be extremely frustrating to the community, do you think another delay for 3 or 4 months, EA, long-term good for the game? No. Not at all. I think that'd be detrimental to this game at this point. The reason for that is because the current devs that have been working on this game for some of them years need to get paid. My understanding, I don't know anything about the financial whatever of anybody in the company, but my understanding is there are a few guys that are on the team that are looking for a job right now, between jobs kind of thing. That's the reason that they're... My goodness, I got something in my eye. That's the reason why they're able to focus on the game so much, is because they're kind of like, well, I'm going to volunteer and hopefully get this game off the ground sooner rather than later. And they need to get paid, or they're going to possibly, I don't know, but possibly have to stop working on the game. And if certain people stop working on the game, the development is going to become far slower than it currently is, which is already pretty slow. So, yeah, I don't think delaying will be beneficial to them at this point. But at the same time, you know, if they release the game in a bad place, it'll be, you know, the hype might bring a bunch of people in and they all quit, you know, and then nobody wants to come back, like what happened with Pantheon. Everybody went in and played it and then quit after some amount of time, and they're like, there's nothing to do. The game's boring, nothing to do at the end game, etc. So, who knows? Yeah, feast or famine around here, right? You wait it out? Yeah. You can wait it out. I mean, if you have to have the game on Steam, maybe one day they'll do it. I wouldn't expect Steam access until at least 1.0. If they ever do it, I wouldn't expect it until then. But you never know. Like, they could get EA access going. They could get a lot of people subscribing to the game, be able to hire on a bunch of people, And it might just work out that they're like, hey, you know, we're going to throw it on Steam and get more people. We got the ball rolling. Let's really go big with it. It's always possible, but I don't see it happening. Seems like 30% cut to their profits. Yeah. Sure, they'll sell more than 30%. That's the thing about Steam. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, I think, or the day before. Steam takes a good portion, but Steam also advertises your game and gives you a lot more, you know? Like if you sell on Steam, you're probably going to sell a lot more copies. But you know, like you're saying, you know, you might sell 30% more and then they take a 30% cut. It kind of evens out for you. Just tuned in. Hello, what game are you talking about? We're talking about this game, Monsters and Memories. Steam is also a whole other launcher, so there's additional things to mess with. Pantheon had the same issue. Oh yeah, Pantheon had a really bad issue with that. They couldn't get the updates pushed to Steam as quickly. Yeah, like there's a whole problem with Pantheon and Steam for sure. Kunga seems really hyped. He does. Yeah, he's been playing it a bunch the last few days, so I love seeing that. Said he thinks he'll easily get tens of thousands of subs. I don't think. Well, yes, tens of thousands. Yes, I think we're going to get 30 to 50. I suspect 30 to 50,000 in October. Maybe more, but yeah. Yeah, I think Kungan is absolutely right. It's very possible we could get, 100,000. I want to say that Pantheon sold 100,000 copies of Pantheon on Steam when it went into early access. So. We will see. The question isn't though like how many subs will they get at the start of early access? It's how many subs can they maintain? Because if they get, let's say, 50,000 subs in October, but by the end of October everybody's quit the game and everybody drops their sub, and now only 5,000 people are playing, for the second month. It's a huge drop in revenue. Unfortunately, we just don't know what's going to happen, But if they can get these class reworks in, so people at least know the play style they're going for, I think that's going to be the biggest issue. Is if they like the shaman or the Beastmaster, somebody that may have played a Beastmaster on a previous open test, and it had shaman abilities, it had the pet, it had swarm abilities, all of that. If they go into early access right now without playing it again, because we haven't had an open test since some of these changes have happened. So if they go in, actually, I don't think we've had an open test since any of the deep dive classes have actually come into the game. But if they go into early access and they're like, wow, this plays completely differently than what I thought it played by previously, right? Then they're going to be like, I don't like this class anymore. And so, yeah, that's kind of what I'm worried about, is not necessarily people starting the game and not liking the game, but like, I think that they will like it. I think a lot of people will enjoy this game, but I think what's going to end up happening is people are going to start thinking that their class or the game plays a certain way based on previous experiences in the game, and then realize after some amount of time that they just don't play that way anymore. And it's going to feel really bad. Like, what if they turned the fighter class into a DPS, a melee DPS class? You know, some people would be happy about that, but others would be sad about that. What if they decided to take the Shadow Knight and make it a full-on DPS and not a tank at all? What if they took the Paladin and made it a healer? You know, like, they're not planning on doing any of these things, but the idea is still there. They could if they want to. You know, they kind of took the Beastmaster from a utility DPS class to a full-on physical martial class almost. It's very, very close to a martial class. It basically is one. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm afraid of quite a bit, because it could cause people to quit in frustration, not because the game is bad, but just because they're frustrated with it. And I would hate for them to lose subs just because something's frustrating. Same thing with like the game being super dark and the inventory being kind of tedious to use. Like something as simple as taking these bags right here. You have backpack and then bags and then pouches. Just switching the order of these. Something that simple would be a drastic quality of life change for a lot of players. Literally just do those backwards. Heard the XP leveling is still slow from EA launch October. How long do you think it will take the average gamer to get close to late game, 50 plus? Will they probably have the next module out by then? Yes. The average player, so getting from level 1 to 50 is about halfway to max level, XP wise. So if it takes you 200 hours to get to level 50, it's going to probably take you another 200 hours to get to level 60, give or take. You know, it's not an exact science by any means. But yeah, 50 is about the halfway point. So that said, a lot of players will probably get to level 50 before the first module comes out, but they won't get to max level before the first module comes out. I think, I would say right now, there's enough content to keep your casual player busy for a good 6 months to a year. That's leveling up a character from 1 to 60, gearing out the character with not necessarily best in slot gear, but really good gear that you get from groups. So like, you know, just decent enough gear to where you could start the end game once they add in raids or whatever they do with the end game content. So I would say that, you know, that kind of gear. Working on trade skills, doing various quests that could take a lot of time. It's 6 months to a year's worth of content for the casual gamer, somebody that's spending 2 hours or so a night, right? Or maybe they'll spend 5 hours a night on the weekends, but not any other time during the week or something like that. But like 2 hours average per day. They'll probably, it'll take them 6 months just to get to max level. I mean, getting from level 1 to 60 in a full group is, for a static group, 400 hours. For a pug, if you're trying to solo pug it, you're looking at 500 or 600 easy. So if you only play for 2 hours a day on average, that's going to be almost a year before you get up to level 60. Then you still have trade skills on top of that, and you still have gear on top of that. Some of the items in this game are super rare, like crazy rare. I camped with Isar. We camped one item alone for 60 hours before we saw it. We've camped. Now you could get lucky, that happens as well. You might just get super lucky and get one of the best items in the game first time you kill it. I got literally best in slot belt like the first or second time we killed the named. So I got really lucky on that. But then other items took forever. So RNG is just going to be kind of bad. Yeah, 50 plus can be several months for sure. Right now, if you're a good solo player on a good class, you could level. So 150 hours, you're going to see people doing that in 2 weeks. So there's going to be hardcore players that are going to be max level in 2 weeks if everything stays exactly the way it is right now. Like people playing the Necromancer, the Enchanter, stuff like that are going to get to max level in 2 weeks. But hopefully they make changes between now and early access that prevent that. Twig off to work. Keep up the good work. Take care. Have a good one, bud. Appreciate you stopping by and chatting with us for a little bit. People who life the game will 60 in 2 weeks. Yeah. People who absolutely know life it will be 60 in 2 weeks. Or maybe even faster. Like, I may not even know the fastest way to XP, and they're keeping it to themselves. If I were to do it right now on a solo class, I could probably do it personally in about 2 weeks. Based on just what I know. I would probably do it with a Necromancer, maybe an Enchanter. If I didn't want to twink or anything like that, like literally just fresh character, I would do a Necromancer, and I could probably do it in 2 weeks. With your 6-man launch team you have planned, are you guys all taking time off work and stuff? I know that Isar is. We got the boots. Got something new finally. That's good. Is that the boots you were looking for, Isar? Okay. Yeah, I just looted them because I wasn't sure. Yeah, so I do this is my job right now, right? What I'm hoping for, and you all are helping make this happen, what I'm hoping for is that October 1st, the stream really takes off, YouTube content really takes off, and I can focus on the game a lot more. Not have to worry about doing my Uber and Lyft driving and all that kind of stuff. I would really like to get to that point, and if that happens, then yes, I'll be focusing mostly on the game for the first 2 weeks of October. Pretty much all of October, I'm going to be pretty busy playing this game. I'm saying it really loudly so my girlfriend can hear it, so she knows that in October I'm going to be very busy. Exactly. She can't hear me at all. No birthdays in October. There's no, well, your dad lives out west. I'm not going to see him most likely for his birthday. We can call him one night, though, and I'll say happy birthday. I'll do that. You're welcome. I'll just scream, happy birthday! Yeah, we don't really have any plans for October. I have 0 plans. Anyway, I'm just kind of rambling on here. Esar, I know, is taking off work. Who's this guy right here? Wherever he's the puller, the bunk. He's taking off work. I think my friend Kaz is taking off work. So he'll take off at least a week. I don't know if Gam is, though. Do you know if Gam's taking a week off? He is going to take a week off? Okay, so yeah, our friend Gam probably take a week off of work. So like one or 2 weeks, people are going to take off, and then after that, we're gonna push hard in the beginning for the first week or so, really hard to try to get ahead of the curve. And then once we're ahead of the curve, we're just going to kind of play it as we can, and we'll just see how it goes. We're not trying to get like world first, server first, anything like that. We just want to be able to get ahead of the curve, so that we're not having to compete with everybody. But you know, if we end up world first, cool. If we end up server first, cool. But we're not trying for it. We're just gonna play it as everybody's available, as we have time. It'll most likely end up being me and Esar playing duoing or something to get to max level, but we'll see. Think there's a chance Deep Dive Zones hit beta in August? There's a chance Deep Dive Zones might be in like this week. Or this coming week. Very high chance. We're getting deep zones and deep races and 3 class updates. Formula changes. All of that is supposed to be coming in the next update. Whether it'll all make it or not, we don't know. But that's it. The plan is for all of that to come in on one big patch right now. Some of the deep, yeah, the underdocks. Yeah, it's not going to be like all of the deep. It's just going to be some of it. So like getting, kind of getting a taste, or getting your feet wet kind of thing. We'll be able to go into the underdocks. I think like the sewers. So my understanding is Night Harbor. You know where Night Harbor is, and the north side of Night Harbor, over where the bins area and the Pale Tower and the docks, all of that stuff that's over there. My understanding is that they're going to finish the sewers, which are connected to that. So you used to be able to zone into the sewers, but they took that out of the game, and you can no longer zone into the sewers. So you're going to be able to go into the sewers, fight through that, which is going to take you into the underdocks, fight through that, which will take you into the deep. So we might get the sewers, the underdocks, and then like 1 deep zone, or maybe 2 deep zones. They're not going to have the city ready, I don't think, from my understanding. So they're looking at trying to get the deep classes or deep races in, and they might start in Night Harbor if they're ready to go, if the deep city is not ready to go yet. So that's kind of what they said that they might do. So it's kind of just wait and see at this point. Finally got accepted in the PvE server. Nice! Awesome, I lose. Do we know the level range of those zones? Yeah, I don't know if he knows or not. I don't know the level range of those zones. My guess would be the sewers is probably going to be a 10 to 20 zone, somewhere in that range. So I would, teens, I would say, at most. And then the underdocks might be a bit higher than that. Like a 20 to 30. And then they would have a deep zone past that might go back down into the teens, that connects to the main city, the main deep city, so that you could go between all of those. So it might take you, my guess is to get to be able to go from like a deep city into Night Harbor, you won't be able to do that until you're probably level 20 to 30, unless you're very careful with sneaking through. Kind of like right now, going to Phalandraw, for example. Like, you can get from Night Harbor to Phalandraw overworld very easily at level 1. You can do it if you know where to go and how to do it, but you're not really going to be doing that most likely. Like, most people won't be able to do that. Kind of like going from Kenos to Freeport, you know? Like, it's possible, but you got to go through certain zones to be able to get there, and those zones probably going to have mobs that are going to kill you, most likely. So I think it's going to be about the same thing. I'm really hoping they change the human mobs a bit. It's annoying. They all snare, charge, shoot, stun. Yeah, the humanoids. They definitely added that in to make it more difficult. So the idea there is that they wanted... I'm going to say it the way that I interpret it. I don't know what their interpretation is, but I'm going to tell you how I interpret it. They are trying to discourage people from soloing and just make it harder and frustrating to solo, to push people into groups. And I think that's a backwards train of thought, personally. I think that I understand where they're coming from, and it will push people into groups, but for the wrong reasons. I think they need to go the opposite way of that and incentivize grouping rather than disincentivize soloing. So I think that's the reason they have all that. That said, I think I like that they added in like the roots and snares and charges and stuff that they do with the humanoid mobs. But I do agree that I think they overdid it. I think too many of the mobs do it. I for example, got a train when I was on my Beastmaster. I was trying to run out of the zone, and I had a train of orcs on me. And it was just like, I would run 2 feet and stun charge. Run 2 feet, stun charge. Run 2 feet, stun charge. It was just non-stop. Like, it was impossible to run away. Even if you had Speed of the Wild, it didn't matter what you had. It was impossible to run away from enemies. I like the challenge of that, but I feel like you should be able to get away from enemies. You know, like, you should be able to escape. If you're smart about what, you know, if you're playing intelligently, you should be able to get away. And some enemies you just can't get away from. It's like impossible. So we'll have to see what they do. That was their first pass on trying to add those abilities in. And I don't necessarily disagree with them, but I don't agree with them either. Underdogs was really intended to be a starter zone, like Night Harbor. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if it's still the case either. Like, I don't know for a fact what the levels. They could make it a starter zone, but it would be kind of weird if it was a starter zone, since it's not going to be unless they make it right next to the deep city. Like, they could do the deep city, then the Underdocks, then the sewers, then Night Harbor. And both of those could be kind of like lower level zones, the sewers and the Underdocks. They could do it that way too. I don't know. It's not work. They just find a way to work around it. Oh, to work around the NPCs charging and stuff. Yeah, I think you're right. I think they need a carrot on the stick, not give an XP, give an XP bonus. Yeah, 100% what you're saying. Yeah, exactly. We do agree. Yeah. I bet you people agree with most of what I say. I just say something that like strikes a nerve with some people, and they hyper focus on that one thing and just be like, I disagree with everything that he says because of that one thing. And it's like, I doubt you do. I think most of us want the same thing out of this game. We just see it in different perspectives, you know. Like, some people want the game. I've talked to a lot of people where I say that the game needs to be less solo friendly, and more group friendly, and people hear that as, absolutely not soloable, and 100% you have to be in a group. And it's like, that's not what I said. I just want it to be more group friendly and less solo friendly. I do want solo to be possible, just not the best avenue, right? Wants the dagger? Okay. So yeah, like people just they hyper focus on stuff that I say, but I bet you we mostly agree. Because at the end of the day, we're all agree we want this game to be really good so that a lot of people play it, right? We might have different views on how to get there, but ultimately we want a lot of people playing it and be able to play it for years, and you know, like we did with EverQuest. That's about the mobs I don't like. They all can do. It's cool when there's, say, a ranger mixed in. They snare. It just feels strange that they can all. Yeah, it does feel strange that like every mob has a charge. Like I talked about this in Sean's stream when he was talking about. Ooh, whoops. And when he's talking about adding all that stuff in. I was saying that, yeah, I think that the fighter mobs should all get, the fighter mobs should all get some sort of like gap closer or something like that. Like the fighters, the melee only classes that you're fighting against. But if you have other abilities like a cleric, shouldn't necessarily have a charge ability. It should have the ability to heal itself or to stun you or to use rune shields and those kind of things. It's got other things that make it kind of annoying. A ranger mob might snare you, but it's not going to charge you. It does feel bad when like you're fighting some fighter mob and it snares you and stuns you and roots you, and it's just tons of different things that are happening. That's where it starts to feel bad. Re launches, how many starting spawn areas will there be? There's going to be 4 planned right now. Starting for starter zones where you can create a character. So there's Night Harbor, Phalandraw for the... Night Harbor right now is for everyone, but that might change. Phalandraw for your Wood Elves and Halflings. And then the Deep City, which is going to have all of the deep classes, and then one other starting location, which I can't remember off the top of my head right now. If somebody remembers, let me know in chat. But there's one more city they want to have ready to go, so you have 4 starting locations. Eventually, by 1.0, they want to have a starting city for every race, which would be really fun to start this game. But that's kind of the thing about people are like, I want this game to be like it was in EverQuest. It never will be. Literally, it never will be, because they're releasing this game in early access, and a lot of people are going to play it then before they finish everything into 1.0. When we started EverQuest, it was 1.0. Everybody had their own starting city. Everybody was spread out in different areas. And we were all learning together. And, you know, there were a few people that got into beta and knew a little bit more about it, but very few people knew what to do in that game. This game, on the other hand, for the most part, everybody's going to be starting really close together, being able to get to each other fairly easily. And we already know a lot of information and like where to go, where the camps are, where the items are, what the quests are. We already have a lot of that information, so it's going to feel very different than EverQuest ever did. There will be new zones that are added in for early access launch, but it's not going to drastically change things. So I feel like the first expansion after 1.0 might be a really good time to play the game too, if they do like large expansions. They say they want to do modules where they add in content about every 3 months or so, but I don't know if they're going to be able if they're going to do that, if they're going to keep up with it, or what the plan is for that in the future. Thinking maybe trying this out. Been stuck playing WoW Classic and private server for years. I would definitely give it a shot. Totally agree with the emphasis on group and social. Yeah, absolutely. The emphasis on group and social really, really needs to happen. There's just not enough of it. I've come around, been grouping, and now I totally agree. Solo is actually the best XP, and it's not great. Yeah, they need to buff grouping. Not sure why they won't. I don't know. Yeah. You know, that's the thing. Like, I can explain it to people, and some people will listen to what I'm saying, and they will go try it and test it themselves, and then other people will just absolutely refuse to hear what I'm saying. And it's okay. You don't have to agree with me, but I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. I want them to try to remove group XP penalty and see what happens. Well, there actually is bonus XP. It's just not enough. So, for example, if I play a single one character and I kill one monster, I'll get, let's say, 100 XP. If I'm in a party of 6 and I kill one monster, I'll get like 25 XP. So it's not taking the 100 XP and dividing it by 6. There is a bonus to it. That bonus is just not enough. Like, I feel like if you're in a party of 6, you should be getting 50 XP per kill. That would be a good enough bonus, like, which would be double the XP rates of what it currently is. Like, they really, I think, should be... Everything I say is basically an I think in my opinion. So agree or disagree, that's fine. It's an opinion. I would like them, though, to take the game, factor everything around grouping, and then figure out how to make it soloable, right? Or how to make it small groups function, or how to, like, that kind of thing. Focus everything based on a party of 6. And then go back and change it. But I feel like they went the other way with it. They made monsters, and okay, can I kill this monster? This is this much health, etc., whatever. Can this be killed solo if I know what I'm doing? And then the problem with that is they just didn't incentivize the grouping enough. Can you confirm the solo is faster? Starting an enchanter PvE server with soloing mine. Yeah, solo is way faster, guys. Like, if you play a good solo class, it's faster. A duo is second best. A trio is third best. 4 is fourth best, etc. The more people you add, the worse it is. It's that simple. For the most part, right? If you are the absolute, this is probably going to pick on somebody, but if you are the absolute worst player in your party, then you might think that a party of 6 is getting better XP than what you can do in a solo or duo, because it's probably you that's dragging the group down, right? Like, you are the issue in that situation. But equally skilled players solo versus more group is going to, it's just slower. I'm a bard, so I definitely drag the whole group down. Yeah, bards pull the whole group down right now. Rogues pull the whole group down, unfortunately. It feels really bad to play those classes. I don't understand, like, why they just don't want to give love to those classes. They're putting so much emphasis in this game on utility and the jack of all trades kind of thing. So, like, the classes that can do a lot, yeah, they're just feeling super powerful comparatively. I think it also depends on your class. Some classes are not amazing at solo. Well, no, it absolutely depends on your class. Yeah, that's why I say duo is second best. If you are playing a... Like, I have to... Every time I talk about this, I have to I have to say it very specifically because people just don't want to hear it. But it's, if you're playing a good solo class, like a Necromancer, a Druid, an Enchanter, a good solo class, you will get XP faster by yourself soloing. If you're playing a not good solo class, a fighter, a rogue, a cleric, you're going to get more XP in a duo or maybe a trio for like the rogue. The rogue needs to be in a trio. Bard needs to be in a trio. That's going to be their best XP. So it depends on your class, but no class, absolutely no group makeup that I have seen is going to get more XP in a full party of 6. Unless it's like the best XP in the game technically would be 6 enchanters all grouped up together but soloing mobs. If that makes sense, right? You're grouped just for the bonus XP that you get, but then you all just go and you just solo your individual mobs, but you solo close enough together that you share XP. That's going to be the best XP in the game. But if you try to make like a normal group with a tank, a healer, a couple DPS, and a CC class, you're going to get less XP. And that's just period, end of day. Got another boots. Low 20s rogues out DPS 60 bars. Yeah, but it's not just the DPS, right? That's not the only issue. Bards are very low DPS, but a bard with their haste and their over haste adds DPS to the party. So this is something that I've tried to explain a few times, and maybe sometimes I don't know. Maybe people get it, maybe people don't. But let's say you're in a party of 5 classes. You have like a fighter, you have a monk, like basically this class. We'll say this group right here. And you add a bard to the party. Well, the bard haste is going to be a 50% haste. So without enchanter buffs, we'll say without enchanter buffs, the haste is 50% haste. Well, that's 50% more auto attack damage from every melee class in your group. So that alone is going to be a lot of extra bonus DPS that the bard is adding. Plus their over haste on top of that. Then their regen and their mana regen. So that's going to allow you to recover faster. To be able to do more monsters, right? So the bard is good. Kinda. But the problem with the bard is when you compare it to the enchanter is just 1,000 times better. It's just so much better. It's like there's just no reason to have a bard in your party. So, anyway, that's kind of the issue with it. I won't play a bard without melody. Yeah, a lot of people won't. Crazy that melody in 2020. Yeah, well, they specifically don't want melody. Like, that's part of the thing in this game that I don't agree with Vision of the devs. It's we want friction, right? What happened? Oh. What about 5 enchanters and a druid? Yeah, 5 enchanters and a druid, kind of same thing. That would be the best XP. Like really, really, really good XP. But yeah, they want to... So going back to the friction thing, they want a lot of friction, for sure. To be honest, I think they should give people more stuff. Like the Spellblade, I wanted it to have more to do. I think they are taking away utility. They are taking away utility, yeah. Yeah, that is something that they are doing. They're putting a lot of emphasis on utility right now. They just announced not even the macros. Yeah, no macros, no mice or keyboard macros, no none of that stuff. You're pausing. But yeah, they don't want any type of macros. They don't want any way to automate the gameplay at all. Which I agree with. Like, I like that. But they need to make sure they're working on that a little bit more. Because if you're going to do that, you need to really, like, lean into that. Kind of the same thing with the no boxing rule. So, yeah. What are we rolling greed on these items or something? Is that what we're doing? Huh? Oh, I mean, I'll mind rolling on them. It's fine. I mean, what are they compared to mine? 8 strength, 7 stamina. Oh yeah, I actually will use those right now since the AC doesn't work. We'll do it here. Yeah, those are actually really good. I didn't realize they were that good of boots. Should Eminem give clerics to make them more wanted? I want clerics to get Call of the Hero. Call of the Hero would be a hard sell. I think they need AC buffs, HP buffs. Like they should get both of those things. Maybe a combination buff that gives you both of those things. And then I would like to see abilities where they could put a proc on a player or on the enemy, to where when you melee it, you gain health. Like the Mark of Courage ability that Paladins have, or the Mark of Karn from EverQuest. I would like to see clerics get that. I don't know why, for the life of me, why they just wouldn't... why they didn't put that on the cleric in the first place, since Cleric was basically a copy and paste of EverQuest Cleric anyway. We're just thinking the same idea with the proc idea? Yeah, the proc idea would be really nice. I think the problem is some people want more active battle cleric and others want a complete heal bot that casts one spell every 10 seconds. Yeah, that's true. You're right. There's people that want two different types of clerics in the game. There's a lot of people, a lot of the, I would say, WoW crowd that wants the game to be more action-based, and they want the cleric to... It's not just the WoW crowd. There's people that are EverQuest fans as well. They just want it to be more of an active class. And it seems like they might do that. Kind of like they did with the wizard in the glyph system. And that's where I'm like, I don't know what they're going to do there. Because if they make it... I feel like what they're going to do is they're going to end up making the cleric... Either you sit down and meditate, or... you melee for the more mana regen, whichever one gives you the best result, and people are just going to play it that way. They want to try to give you options of how you can play it, but I don't know that they're going to be able to balance those options very well. Balance has been this game's worst enemy. D&D War Cleric was all your favorite? Yeah, I don't mind the Battle Cleric. They got, again, another thing you have to be careful with that is they don't want to make it a Paladin, you know? Like, make a Battle Cleric, but don't make a Paladin. So, you gotta be careful how you do that. Do you think we can make a Cleric that can do both things? I doubt they're going to do that, and the reason is because... They don't want classes flexing into other roles. Like, flexing in, maybe, but not replacing. So you're going to be really good at one role, and then you might be able to do like a fighter right now, you know, can do some DPS, clearly, but it's not a DPS class. I mean, right now it's pretty close to some DPS classes, but that's another issue. But the idea is that each class is supposed to have a unique role and something that they bring to the party. You know, enchanters are made for CC, like buffs and CC. Whereas I know there's a lot of people that want a charm on the enchanter, but it's made to buff and CC. That's the goal of the class. You know... Healers are meant to heal. Even though a druid can do really good damage right now, it's meant to be a healer with some damage. So they just have to get the balance right. How about introducing new class, War Priest or something? I would agree with that, yeah. I think that's what they should have done from the very beginning. Instead of making a cleric, making a priest or a War Priest or whatever. Like the World of Warcraft direction of cleric, make the priest class that's a good healer, wears cloth armor. I think that would be the better way to go, but they want to go a different direction with it, which on paper sounds fine. I just don't know it's going to work out well in the game, but we'll see. A holy DPS caster would be interesting. It would be. I wouldn't want them to put too much emphasis, though, on killing undead specifically. If they put too much emphasis on, like, clerics are really good against undead, then you're only going to want a cleric in your party when you're fighting undead. So you got to be careful with how they do that too. But the idea, yeah, just having them be a holy caster, you know, it's a cool idea for sure. All I know is there's an absolute enormous amount of plate wisdom gear in the game. There is. And it basically all goes to cleric. Clerics are the easiest class in the game to gear out. They're really, really easy because the only classes that want plate wisdom gear are cleric or paladin. And paladin would prefer the gear that gives you strength, agility, dexterity, stamina, those kinds of stats first, and wisdom as a secondary. So very few paladins really want to have a lot of wisdom right now. So basically, all the wisdom gear goes to clerics. If it's plate, all the plate wisdom gear goes to clerics. Yeah, it's very common right now. I don't know. There's kind of, I guess, like a thing about that too. It's almost like it's the easy class. Like if you want to play the game on easy mode, hard mode, etc., playing a cleric is almost like easy mode. The cleric has to be in a group, really, especially as you get higher level. It just doesn't solo very well. It's much easier to gear because nobody wants the gear or can wear the gear that the cleric wears. There's a few overlap pieces, but not the main gear that they wear. So it's an easier class to gear, and it just almost seems like it's just easy mode class. You know, you want to have the easiest time. Oh my goodness gracious, we are getting... this is not good. We're definitely dead. There's a ton of mobs still coming. Big evac? That was rough. Right up until someone dies and blames the cleric? Yeah. Well, that's the other thing about the cleric right now. The main reason you don't want to play a cleric is because, and this is going to sound weird, they're too good at healing. So, like, the main emphasis of the cleric is that it's the best healer in the game. So it can heal better than anybody else. The problem with that is if everyone in your group is 100% health, what's the point of having the cleric? So it becomes overhealing. The cleric is just all overhealing, right? So overheal is just excess and unneeded. So they put super emphasis on the cleric and its ability to heal. So that's good at like end game for raid bosses maybe, but that's about all it's good for. So very few people are going to want to play a cleric at low to mid level or even really high level until the raid stuff. Kudos to that evac. Yeah, pretty solid. You got out of there. Every cleric in your group sits full mana most of the time. Yeah, they could nuke. I mean, they do have some decent damaging spells. They have like a holy line. There's like the retribution line or whatever, and it does good damage. It's actually pretty mana efficient. So, oh, they absolutely love the cleric for the 95% res. The thing is, everybody wants to know a cleric for the 95% res, but nobody really wants to group with a cleric. If you have a druid or shaman as an option, you always take the druid or shaman over the cleric. Like, every group would want to do that. Same thing with if you have an enchanter or a bard, you're going to take enchanter. Pretty much every time. Like, there's no reason to take the bard. If you have an archer versus a rogue, you're going to want to take the archer. You know, like, that's the problem that they currently have, is that same thing that EverQuest had. It's the exact same situation. EverQuest was like, you want to have a cleric, a warrior, a rogue, and an enchanter in your group. And those are like the 4 best classes to put into a group. And they're kind of repeating that same mistake in this game with different classes. The cleric brings nothing but heals. Absolutely, that's what I'm saying, yeah. Give them something with overhealing. That would be cool, yeah. The something with overhealing. Like, if you overheal, it gives you a shield. You know, like a damage, not a damage shield, but an absorption shield on top of your health. They could do that with clerics, and that would probably help a bunch. So they heal you, and then the extra 100 health that they heal you or whatever goes into 100 health for, like, make it 10 seconds or 5 seconds or something. It doesn't even need to be that long. Then they would be the best tank healers in the game. So they would always heal the tank because the tank is now getting the healing plus a rune shield on top of it all the time. So that would be the way that I would go with it if they really want to balance the clerics. But what would end up happening is now the clerics would be the best healers in the game for pretty much every group. So it's weird, right? But only if the mobs do enough damage. Because, like, right now, even if they did where the overheal gave you an absorption shield, clerics already sit at 100% mana. So that doesn't really help that much. It would, again, only help in-game content. It wouldn't help in your everyday XP groups. So the druids being able to nuke and the shaman being able to dot or send in their pet or their debuffs, all of those are very beneficial to groups, whereas the cleric doesn't really have anything that it adds outside of just healing. It's got a stun, which is nice, but now the shaman and the druid also have interrupts. So, you know, the stun isn't as effective since they both also have interrupts. 50% of overheal is a 15-second bubble. Yeah, I mean, it definitely would help for really tough fights. Not true. I get random invites to my cleric all the time. No, it is true. That doesn't, just because you get random invites doesn't make what I'm saying not true. Right? Again, you're people like to hyper focus on, like, the one thing that I say. What I'm saying is, given the option between a cleric, a druid, or a shaman, people would prefer to have a druid or a shaman. A cleric is right now the last choice for XP groups. Now, will you still invite a cleric if you need a healer for your group? Absolutely. Why would you not? It would be silly to not invite a healer if you have a healer. Like, if there's a cleric that's available and you need a healer, sure, grab a healer. But that doesn't mean that the cleric is the best or even necessarily, like, wanted over another class. That's where I'm getting at. I'm not wrong. Prove me wrong. Tell me what I said that was wrong out of that entire statement. You just said that you get invited as a cleric to groups. That doesn't prove that a cleric is in any way, shape, or form better than another class. I'm telling you exactly how a shaman and druid is better to have in your party. Like, it's like saying, oh, rogues get invited to groups, therefore they're just as good a DPS as an archer. That's not true. If people want to add a DPS class and their options are a rogue or nothing, then yeah, they're going to take a rogue. Sure, why not? But even still, rogues are not going to be wanted in groups because adding a rogue to a group is a net negative currently. You get less XP with it. It just doesn't. It doesn't help. And anyway, going back to what I was saying, you know, people that might get defensive of that and say that, oh, but I play a cleric and I get invited all the time, etc. There are a couple reasons for that. One is players haven't figured all this stuff out yet. There's a lot of players that don't know a lot about the game. They haven't learned a lot about the game. Your level determines a lot of that. If you're level 30 to 40 right now, there's not very many healers in the game currently in that level range. So it's very easy to get a group as any of the 3 healers. But it doesn't make what I'm saying incorrect. It just means that you're wanted because you're playing a healer, not because you're playing a cleric, but because you're playing a healer. So there's a lot of other factors in there. But if you don't want to believe me, don't believe me. I mean, just keep playing the game, try different classes. You'll figure it out eventually. The general public of this game will eventually figure it out, and it'll become an issue. Just like Charm, I was saying that Charm was overpowered for the very beginning of beta, and people disagreed with me, and they're like, no, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. And then after a couple months of beta, they're like, oh, we see it now. I get it. I see where you're coming from, how it's overpowered. Once you learn how the game functions, it changes a lot of things. So that's all I'm saying. Everyone needs clerics on call, and that sometimes requires grouping for that goodwill. I agree with that. It requires grouping for the goodwill for sure. But a lot of players are you know, there's clerics out there that are just constantly rezzing people. And you know, I don't think that them getting the ability to resurrect people is a big enough advantage to the cleric, right? And eventually there's going to be a cleric that you know in your guild or a friend group. You're going to have that one cleric you can call on to res you, and then our cleric's going to be wanted in groups. You know, it's just going to be bad. How is Charm different from EQ? It's pretty much the same. It's pretty much the same here. It's actually, I would say, it's stronger in some ways and weaker in some ways. In EverQuest, it was stronger to have Charm. Like Charm in EverQuest, the mobs that you could charm were way stronger because you could buff them, you could give them weapons, you could do all sorts of stuff to make them like insanely good. But it was way more dangerous, much higher risk to charm mobs in EverQuest. This game has almost zero. It's not zero, but almost zero risk. Like, it's just not hard to charm a mob and keep it charmed, or to charm kite mobs and do it. It's not extremely difficult to do. So the risk factor isn't there. So there's that, yeah. General public of the game doesn't care about optimal groups. But they do. They absolutely do. And who does what? They just want to play. Yeah, that's your opinion, sure. And my opinion is they actually do. They don't focus on it, sure, right? They don't say, "Oh, you're like, how do I put this?" The general public wants to just be able to get in, play the game, and have fun. Sure. I don't disagree with that. But over time, as you get higher level, you start to learn what the good classes are, who the good players are, that kind of thing. And you just start to lean into that more. And as people start to learn that, as they level up, as they play the game more, they start to lean the other direction. Unintentionally, they're not looking for it. They're not saying, I want to have a meta group. But they start to realize that it's just less painful to play the game in this other way, rather than like, why, like, we're talking about the casual player right now. The casual player that can only put in a couple hours a day at most, they want to maximize their efficiency. Whether they do it on purpose or they do it just because they feel, oh, I just I got in this group and it's a really good XP group and I'm going to stick with it, versus getting into another group that just doesn't feel as good. Like, and then they're like, okay, I'm just going to go ahead and quit because I don't feel like I'm getting very much XP compared to what I was in this other group. They may not realize why they're doing it, but they do it. They tend to stick to a group that's getting the really good XP, that's very efficient, and they'll stay in that group an hour longer, an hour past their bedtime. You know, they were going to quit at whatever time. They stay a little bit longer. They push a little harder in those groups. And the ones that aren't doing as well, they tend to be like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and leave. And over time, that all adds up. You know, it's just the way it is. It's the psychology of gaming. Just give it time. DPS meters, yeah, exactly. Once people start figuring out all that stuff, give it time and they'll figure it all out. The longer people play this game, the more people play this game. It's the same thing with EverQuest, same thing with World of Warcraft. It's every game out there does this. Over time, people start to just slowly shift to the meta classes. And you know, there's nothing that we're going to be able to do about it. Whether they're doing it on purpose or not doesn't matter. There will be people that absolutely from the very beginning just go, I'm going full meta class. But over time, it'll figure itself out. That's why Druid and Enchanter are two of the most common classes in the game. Over time, people just figure it out. It's just easier to play. You know, why am I struggling playing this rogue when I could easily do a lot more on this necromancer, you know, or on this other class? And it becomes a fun factor. Why am I sitting LFG in town a lot longer on this class, and I try to play a different class and I get invited to groups and I get asked to join their friend groups and become part of a community, whereas my other character, I'm just like kind of twiddling my thumbs. So yeah, anyway, people start optimizing fun out of this game like every other MMO. Yeah, exactly, they will. They absolutely will optimize the fun out of it. You know, like, I hate to say it that way, but they're going to do it. So it's better if the devs optimize it so that the players don't have to optimize the fun out of it. You know, every class shouldn't be perfectly balanced. Every DPS class shouldn't be the same. Every tank class shouldn't be the same. I do think that some unbalance is good, but you know, it needs to be fairly balanced. If you have a lot of DPS, then you should take away from some other avenue, you know. If you can only have 100% of DPS, tanking, healing, or utility, out of that 100%, all you get is 100%. You can't have 60% tanking and 60% DPS. That's 120%. That doesn't work. So something's got to give to get something else. If you want more utility, you got to take from somewhere else. And they just need to make sure they do that. It already happened? Yeah, it's already happening. Like, people can not see it. They cannot believe it. They can deny all day long, but it's already happening in this game. So, yeah, it's a rough... I know it's hard to see, and you don't want it to happen, because I don't want it to happen either. I'm just telling you what is happening. I caught you talking about some of this, so sorry to go back over it, but when did you say we are seeing the next patch? We don't know. They didn't give us a date. Probably, maybe this week. Like, I thought it was going to be last week, honestly. Like, based on what Sean said last Friday, not yesterday, but last Friday, they would do some sort of update this week. He didn't say they would put an update out this week, but he insinuated that it would be soon, as in maybe the next week, and it didn't happen. So I think they ran into some snags, and they're trying to fix those. Maybe, hopefully, they figured out a way to test a little bit more thoroughly. So because the last couple of classes, the way they've come in has just not been tested very well. Very, very simple things that they could have caught in 5 minutes of gameplay. You know, like literally I logged in on my Beastmaster and instantly was like, okay, well, this is broken. Same thing with my Spellblade, you know. Within just a very little bit of time playing my Spellblade, I found things that just didn't work right. So, anyway. Been LFG with 44 Wizard for 4 hours already, no group. That's kind of what I'm talking about. You know, it's going to hit like a healer class is not going to feel it as much as a DPS class because everybody or every group wants to have a healer. So if you happen to be the only healer LFG, it doesn't matter if you're cleric, druid, or shaman. Nobody cares. They're like, oh, we'll take whatever healer we can get. But yeah, the DPS classes, there's more of those LFG. So wizards and rogues are going to kind of get the back seat compared to the others. Because he said he was going to stream around 2 o'clock today, so he might be popping on pretty soon. We'll see what happens. Like every other MMO, DPS are a dime a dozen. They are, yeah. They are much more common as you get higher, especially as you get higher level. People find out that tanks are, and this is at least my take on it. Maybe you agree, maybe you don't agree. Tanks are too, there's too much focus, too much emphasis on them. You know, like the thing is about tanks and healers, first off, you usually have one of each of them in your party. So if they go AFK, your party stops. Just stops. So they're just more demanding of a class to play. And then on top of that, they oftentimes get blamed first for a lot of different things. A good tank and a good healer oftentimes save the day in a group situation or a good CC class. You know, they're just more demanding. So as time goes, fewer people play them because they burn themselves out much easier. All the revamped classes have had an issue when they came in. All the ones I played still have super rough edges. I'm excited. We're expecting them till EA at this point. Yeah, that has kind of been my take as well. Every single deep dive class has come in just like, okay, this isn't working right. Something's off. Oh shoot. Made it. So yeah, it just feels bad. Anyway, don't get offended if I talk about your class that you play and I say something that like bugs you and you're just like, you disagree with me. That's fine. You can disagree with me, but try to hear through the whole process. I'm not trying to like bring your class down. If anything, if I say something like cleric is bad, if anything, you should like that, because then if you think that cleric is good and I say it's bad, then they're just going to make it better, right? Like, it can only go up. So let me say your class is bad, because then maybe it'll get better. And then it'll go from good to great for you. It's just going to be a net positive. Now, on the other side of that, people do get upset because I say charm is overpowered, but I think they know charm is overpowered. I think the players that use charm know that it's overpowered. They just don't want it to get nerfed. Greetings again. Welcome back. I think it's fine for beta, by the way, but I'm a bit worried. Yeah, me too. For beta, like this is why we talk about this stuff, right? We talk about it because we're in beta. Well, I mean, we're probably going to still be talking about it in early access, but it's beta. This is now the time to go over all this and find out, like, what are the good classes? What are the bad classes? What needs improvement? What's, you know... People did what? Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's because they haven't found a good one. Clerics level 17 at the moment. Absolutely horrendous at solo. Yeah, they are. Yeah, Cleric's one of the worst solo classes in the game. I'd say Rogue and Fighter, and then probably, well, Rogue, Fighter, Bard, and Cleric are, I would say, the bottom four. Can Spellblade solo? They can. They're not the best, but they're not the worst. They're somewhere in the middle. They'd be above the four that I just named, but they're definitely below Necromancer, Beastmaster, Enchanter, Druid, Archer. They're below all of those because they're a melee class. So melee classes that can recover are going to be okay if they can, you know, if they have some sort of recovery or damage prevention type of abilities, which the Spellblade has damage prevention abilities. So they can put up a rune shield and be able to solo mobs. I soloed on mine a little bit here and there. And then eventually I just grouped up all the time because we were just trying out pugs to see how it is. Sean streaming? Yeah, maybe we'll go raid him. Go listen to that. You guys rather raid Sean or hang out here and we'll put Sean up on the stream to listen to him? Pocket stream it? I could do that, yeah. I could set that up pretty easily. See if I can pull it up. I'd rather listen to it and hear what you have to say. All right. Yeah, we'll pop it up. If my computer doesn't blow up. It's been doing weird stuff lately, so we'll see how this goes. I need to... I got to figure something out. Like, take apart my computers and... I have two computers that are both kind of but if I take the good components out of both of them, I could probably make one good one. So I think I'm going to do that. Frankenstein it. I already have the computer parts. Alright, let me pull this up, add that in. Yeah, everything is just so sluggish right now. Ah, dang it. I just screwed something up. I'll fix that in a minute.
I've seen this on the VODs like a million times. Apologies.
Alright, there you go. We got Sean up.
Later. Friend by proxy, thank you for the follow. Bear Grump PPD, same deal. I'm a chick IRL, thanks for following me 2 hours ago. But yeah. So next up, I think they are called allotments in the UK.
Let me get my notepad up, my note taking.
Nate Fadvic, Grumpy Monk, Barrere, Magnus, Roswell, Thor. What's up, Deep Spots? Daniel, Synthetic, Hype, HS Solo. So anyway, what's up, Guy Love? So if you look at like, this is Bremen, big city, you know, the big city of Bremen. It's actually pretty small. So if you look at the housing and stuff, that's like normal housing, apartment buildings, blah blah blah.
Right, that works perfect.
This whole area is gardens.
Oh, he's talking about gardens today. Okay. We didn't miss anything, guys.
Correct.
He's just talking about gardens.
So like these are
Typical starter Sean stream.
with houses.
All about
houses,
gardens.
like a little 24 square meter house. And you can redo it however you want, and you know, you've got a lot of freedom. It's Germany, so there's always rules in any club, but yeah, these are all gardens. And so what we do is we get on our bike and
But yeah, we'll listen to him if he says anything relevant.
I've
might
got
talk
cargo
about it a little
bike
bit.
that we throw the dog and all the crap on,
And at the very end, I'll do an overview, kind of review,
got a snooker.
recap on everything, and give my take on it.
For the people today.
So that's gonna be the plan.
People with the need.
That's the plan.
And one of the things that I made was, I don't know how to pronounce
I wonder if people are gonna bring up his hat again today,
I made
or the lack thereof.
Cochinita Pibil.
Every time Sean says gardens drink, ooh, that'd be rough. I don't know if I could do that.
And
Is there a way to play the game right now? You can opt in for the closed beta.
The Germans
They do a drawing every Friday.
It's like it's like pulled pork. Yucatan style pulled pork, basically. And the cool thing, you want to hear something cool about this? I'm proud of it.
What happened to his hat?
So it says you're supposed to wrap it in banana leaves.
Honestly, I don't even remember. He was talking about it a bunch in his last stream, but
But
I tuned those parts out.
from the Yucatan, and I assume that maybe I don't know. Man, I'm not.
Something about gardening and being hot and
I didn't
hats
go to
and
school.
sunburns or
But
something. I
I
don't know.
assume that maybe they have bananas, but I also assume they just have rice. They have corn, and I actually have some I don't know South American black corn growing in my garden.
They gave some streamers a bunch of keys last night too. Awesome.
2 meters. So I have these big, long, beautiful
Never given me any
black corn. Well, they're not black. but they're
any
corn,
access
but
to give away.
these nice
It's weird.
corn husks. So I just got there, and I just.
I
got there
think
this
I'm a little
morning,
too
cut some
outspoken,
nice long
and the devs don't like it.
corn husks, and then
But I
wrap
don't
the
know.
pork and all that stuff in it. And yeah, because I couldn't find banana leaves. So that's my story. That's the story of my day. We had like, I think we had 4 kilos of pork shoulders. So I divided it in 2. I did one. Like
Yeah, I
this,
don't-
And then I did another one that was like vinegar.
I don't do that. I don't like suck up to the devs at all. I'm going to tell you what my opinion is no matter what. I appreciate the devs. I like the
I was
devs.
kind of hoping to make it.
I
feel
like the
a
game they're
little
trying to make,
something
but
eaten.
if I see something that I don't like, I'm gonna
I didn't look
I'm
it
gonna
up.
say something about it.
For some reason, I remember eating at a Cuban restaurant, and I thought it was like very garlicky and vinegary. So I freestyled that. The Germans like this better, but I'm a fan of like garlic pork. So, how was your day?
Kunga said he asked and got keys, and he's gonna ask for more.
Said, heard you were a vet. What branch MOS? I was.
I mean, maybe if I ask, they'll give me some.
Bravo 1 Papa. And I
If
just
I
got
if
one.
I ask and they don't give me some, then that would not look well on them, right? Because they've been very clear that they don't want to give any type of bias towards anyone,
But I was 11B.
despite
Santa Leon, hello.
how many viewers they have or viewers they don't have or whatever. They're claiming that they don't want to have any bias.
The Minted Skull,
So-
did I already say
I don't know.
follow? Mark, what's going on?
Where's he live from? He's in Germany.
Hey, you're very welcome for my service. What's that? Some sort of MP? Oh, 31 on.
He's from the U.S., but he lives in Germany.
Signal. Word. Making sure that we're properly communicating. Pilgrim Burger said, looks at every vendor in game, can't find banana leaves. You gotta go to the banana leaf vendor. You know our game, come on, man.
I mean, like you. Oh, he's on Twitch. Sean is on Twitch. Yeah, it's a loving robot,
Eat
all
notes
one word.
Soon, yes.
If you want to
Hey,
go
Kenny.
check him out and chat with him and all that, he's on Twitch.
There are some good Cuban restaurants in Ybor City outside of Tampa. I've been to Ybor City twice. Both times were no, maybe I've been more than that. I've for sure been to Tampa. Actually, maybe 4 or 5. Yeah. For the skate park of Tampa Pro and Am contest, I think a couple years. Music is not in stereo. Robert, no, I saw that last stream and was like, Robert's going to be upset with me because the music's not in stereo again because I'm looking at the monitor. I can show you the clip. I can point you to the last VOD and you'll know I'm not lying. I was like, Robert's going to be bummed that the music screwed up again. And I tried to remember, you showed me how to fix it. And I forgot how to fix it. And so now it's not in stereo. So you gotta help me fix it again. Otherwise I'm giving you mono. and not because we were kissing. Pause. There's no pausing. That one's already out. It's too late. Robert is a beautiful man. If I had to kiss Robert, it wouldn't be that bad. There you go. You can clip that. I wouldn't mind. Now you know a little more about it. Robert, your wife's not with you on tour, right? She won't know our secret. Did I have my hat off today? I feel like my
Where did
head
you
got
solo out on the
something,
Wizard
but
from
I swear I was
58
under
to
the
60?
umbrella the whole time.
Drakes,
when we met, though.
Elder
That's
Drakes.
true.
I did a lot of those. I did the Sungreet Strands slime monsters.
When was the deep when was it?
Whichever of those two was available. Mostly the
Will the deep be available?
Sungreet Strand.
Really hoping to do a strong push to get you at least able to start in the Underdocs in the next 2 weeks. But it may be 4, and I apologize for the delay on that. This summer has been a little tough for us. We've had if we want to just talk scheduling, we're still good for October. We're still going to be pushing to hit October in as good a state as we can be. But we've had a number of people over the last 2-3 months where a lot of stuff has popped up. What you want to hear something kind of, it's not funny, but I can't think of a better word because I don't know. The longer I live in Europe, the smaller my vocabulary gets. But
So it's good that they're still going for the October date. So that's
we've
good.
had at this point, I think, no fewer than 5 people on the team get completely disrupted because of AI at their work. Right, the introductions, so it's a combination.
They turn light blue. Which ones turn light blue? The
on teams where
the slime mobs. Yeah, those are level 50.
Their fellow team members have been made redundant.
So yeah.
Essentially, they've been replaced by AI, or they're having to do a bunch of new work in order to get everything integrated properly, or right. It's just been in no fewer than 5 that I can just immediately think of offhand. And so, all of a sudden, we'll have a person gone for 3 weeks or 5 weeks or whatever, just because their schedule is completely disrupted. That is one of the challenges with working on a project with an all-volunteer team. So, yeah.
The old volunteer team.
We've also had new people join the team. It's just, we don't have a ton of turnover, but we've had a little bit. We are sitting at 50 people right now. And we're just kind of...
They've gained a few then, 50. It was at 45.
We're going to be pretty focused with this getting ready for October and trying to...
Yeah, Bob, that's the
real push is
slime.
trying to get you guys into the deep and running around during beta. Manuel said, so now lost my IT job and working in a factory so I can play Eminem when it comes out. What kind of factory are you working in? Is Reekbog in active production? It is not. And those names are outdated. It's actively being thought about. Pinemu Underdocs will be a starting area for a variety of races and classes, and then Elvereth is also going to be a starting area we're working on both right now. Missing a lot of classes overhaul too. I'm curious about timeline for EA. I could have sworn. Oh man, if I just rolled in from the garden. I haven't had a chance to like triple confirm with the guys, but I asked them if we could run through the list of the remaining classes and like rough timeline, but we're not going to do it tonight because I want to go back and look at that order and dates with them. But I have asked Jahar and Silip about that, and they seem cool with it. But it's basically, I'm just not prepared. So first stream next week, we'll talk about the remaining class. Still plan server lock September 1st. Also plan for servers to come down a week or two prior to the 1st. Oh, sorry, you said September 1st. A week or two prior to October 1st for final updates patches. Yes, on beta is probably going to come down a week or two before October. We're treating the lock for September 1st as more of a big feature lock at this point, and allotting for the opportunity to keep working on content and certain policies like this. Spencer asks, are deep gnomes considered neutral, but deep elves evil, and Night Harbor guards will treat them both differently? They'll treat you differently. Now, they're going to treat deep elves the same on the surface, no matter what. But deep gnomes, I'll have to look and see what their god options are again. It's going to be more a matter of god and grace. So because you basically got god race attacks. Daniel said Rockwell Automation making cabinets, car parts for Tesla and stuff. Oh, cool. Robert, is there an easy way for me to fix the mono sound, or are we stuck with it for this stream? I think
Sorry, I'm trying to focus on like 5 things at once here. I'm listening to Sean, I'm trying to take notes, and we're getting way more mobs here than I expected. Listening to the background while waiting on the boat and Keeper's Bite. Nice. Turn my druid back home. He's also my enchanter trade skill, so make some ults. Awesome. Yeah, it's hard to focus on like all the things at once.
Biggie Nude said, Robot, don't forget what we spoke about. Fishing to catch super rare bait and then cast to summon a raid or rare encounter. Ollie has helped us get that dream one step closer to reality. Ollie has just reworked the fishing system and added more functionality. Ollie's been on vacation, so he's just been slamming through new stuff. I'm wearing headphones now, so I can easily hear if you're fixing it. So if you want to tweak, please do. I'll let you know when we're in stereo. I can see when it fixes. I get a second bar on my whatchamacallit in Streamlabs. I just couldn't figure out what to click to fix it. So while I've got my monitor blacked out, let me see if I can find it. Stays in 0. Are there going to be unlockable class quests for certain races this year? This year, there should be one. Have we looked at forging tables? We've been looking at them. I don't know how much they've been improved, but that has been a topic, and there's been some additional functionality or bugs. And that's something that's going to continue to improve over time. Let me see if I can fix this. Hey, Ghastly. Hey, Vic Roll. Why aren't you guys watching Kungan? First of all, that's the question I have. That is an entertaining stream to watch because he's very. Last I looked, he was very excited about it. I hope he's so excited. That just turns the sound off. Yeah, it makes me happy to watch him, man. Like, that level of enthusiasm makes it, I'm still loving it. I saw when I was coming on my way in, I saw Critter was streaming, saw Kungan was streaming, and Kungan's stream name was like, I don't know, something about saving MMOs or something. Haggle coming soon. We've got, I think Haggle will be in this update. Do I wear wigs? Have you worn wigs? Will you wear wigs? When will you wear wigs? I think I wore a wig for like Halloween before.
Oh boy. Gonna get back to the hat.
Oh, I remember. I wore it.
It's coming.
But
you don't have any hair.
This was the early 90s, like 92 or 93. And I think my mom had like one of those cell phones that it was like a briefcase with the phone. Do you know what I mean? Like the old school cell phones. Maybe it's even earlier, 91. All I know is that Snoop Dogg was big because for whatever reason I borrowed her cell phone, went to the mall wearing only my pajamas and a giant afro wig. So I wore a wig then. I don't wear, like lately I don't wear a wig. If I was gonna wear a wig, I would probably wear like a No Country for Old Men wig and mention to people that I would ask them if the plan that got them to this point. What is the quote?
What is he even talking about? My goodness.
What good is the plan if it's the plan's what got you?
I appreciate Sean, but holy moly.
Yeah, that seems to be how it's framed.
He goes on more tangents than I do.
I've already said thank you, but Dustin sort of haven't said. Alright, so I'm still poking around trying to find how to make my sound not make Robert sad. And thus me sad by proxy. Dude, I don't see it. Fallen Pass with Underdog patch. Oh, I want to talk to you. I think you mean Fallen Watch. Yes?
Hmm? I hope we get Fallen Watch soon. That'd be really good. Give us something to do, something to go, something new to go check out. Outside of just Sunken Resort, which was lackluster. It was a cool zone for a day just to look through it, but that's about it.
I swear when we found it last time, I don't know, Robert, did you like know? I didn't think we knew right offhand how to fix it last time. We had to poke around a bunch. Ooh, I think I'm getting warmer. Hey, Rondo. I was thinking about you earlier. I gotta follow up. Yeah, the audio thing's going on. I gotta follow up with you about some quest stuff. It hasn't. Oh, it hasn't been 2 years. We just fixed it the other day again. It's only playing in mono. And Panda Physique said, Sean, can you talk to us a bit about the lore of Fallen Pass and Fallen Watch? What happened there?
Corruption.
How did they become overrun? When fell evil has begotten these horrible... What fell evil has begotten these horrid places? I don't want to tell you out. I mean, it was 2 years ago when I helped you fix it for Mono Stereo. No way, that had to have been this year. Is there no plan to level restrict equipment? There is currently no plan to restrict all equipment. There is discussion on whether or not there should be restrictions on certain equipment or not. But currently nothing has a level of restriction. Raziel Rain asked, do you have plans to revisit the items and their visuals? Seems like
That's actually good to know. They're still not planning
a
on
lot of higher level items.
on restricting them
over a lower level item.
They're not going to make stuff no trade and,
yes,
and whatnot.
That's something that Zukin brings up a bit, and it
Turn
is
them up a bit, yeah.
We will be chipping away out, especially since we have even more new visuals. So.
All right, I turned them up some. Let me know if it's too much or not enough or whatever.
Pew 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 5000 said, question
He talks very
for
quietly.
you. Dougal Braum drops a hilt. Alaric Braum drops a note. Is it
I'll probably
possible
just
Miro
leave
Braum
after
drops a rare unique item like the other?
after Sean. I'll do
It
an
is possible.
overview on that.
Okay.
So probably what he normally does like a 2-hour stream, and then I'll do a recap on that, and then probably be done after that.
I'm gonna have to start working.
Zukin just confirmed. He and Goblin have talked about a LERP assignment revamp as well. And LERP is, when we mention LERP, it's our ability to tweak color variations and stuff. Sorry. I've got my screen blacked out because I'm going through random settings trying to figure out if I can fix this whole mono audio thing. And I don't know
Yeah,
that I'm going
it's
to be
good.
able to fix it today. I mean, I'll be able to fix it eventually. It's amazing for all the things that Microsoft has done. One thing they have not done is made it easier to figure out how to fix this sort of thing. It's all one channel
Whoops.
for some reason.
Whatever. I didn't loot either one of those things. Oh well. Not breaking those down today.
Wait a second. Take a bath. Oh, I figured it out, I think. I think I figured it out the same way I figured it out when Robert was helping me. Let me test my theory. Hey, Pattis. What's going on, buddy? I figured it out. Bum, bum, bum. I had a flashback and I figured it out. Robert, it was not a, well, a roundabout way, it was a OBS setting. So OBS was using, I have a really janky setup for my headphones. I have these headphones that are basically, they just sit on the edge of my desk at all times, and then I have earbuds plugged into them. And I'm listening through the earbuds. Otherwise, I'd have headphones on my head. And
We just want to hear
I think
updates,
what
what's
happens
going
is
on, not
anytime
about
that it's set
anything
to
else. I
go,
know, right?
And so there are two
Non-stop,
different
dude.
devices essentially.
He gets distracted very easily.
One is the earbuds and one are the headphones. And if I have the
It's okay.
default OBS setting to the earbud,
I don't fault him for
I
it,
think
but he gets
earbuds
distracted easily.
or mono or something. Even though
I thought
they're in
Joppa was
stereo.
bad. Yeah,
I hear it
yeah.
in stereo.
Sean
When
might be worse than
I
Joppa.
switch it, then I just have to switch to default on OBS, and then also in Windows, and it works. This sounds better now. Handling.
It's gonna be a short Sean update video by you. So far, it's gonna be very short. Extremely short.
You are. No. But soon, right? Because they're working on them right now for this coming patch. Criven said, as a musician, it just seems wrong to play a bard without hearing music coming from songs. Is this just a we haven't had time to do it thing, or is it intended? It's currently intended, but we have discussed stuff in the past on like if we had infinite time and infinite like Robert capacity and stuff like that, would we do something that both we've talked about gameplay and we've talked about how other games have give you the ability to make music when you're with other bards in a tavern or whatever. I mean, we've discussed all those things, but it's just you got stuff like that. When you guys suggest it, I'm never meaning to throw it by the wayside, and I'm not deflecting when I say this, but it really is. As I was saying a little bit earlier, so back on topic now that we've got audio.
It would be really
as I was
nice
saying a
if they
little bit
had
earlier,
music with the bards.
It's hard for us to just get the basic stuff done with a volunteer team. And it's not a criticism of the volunteers. The volunteers are going above and beyond, right? Because you've got people that are working other jobs and working on the game. So you've got people that are working other jobs, have families, in some cases young kids, and are also working on the game. So our ability to both plan and like we can't easily just keep to a like consistent sprint plan or whatever. We're just always kind of clawing at the sand, pulling stuff off the giant pile and making the pile a little bit smaller as we go. But then, like I said, stuff pops up all the time where somebody's got to disappear for 2 weeks or a month or 2 months or whatever. So that means for us, we're constantly reprioritizing. And then you'll see some stuff go in. You'll even see something go in with this coming patch, this coming update. Well, you'll be like, whoa, that's super frivolous. But what it was we were interviewing and trying out a new programmer. And he was working on the stuff that we asked him to work on. And he was also, hey, I also threw this other thing in on the side. And we're like, That's pretty cool, man. Appreciate it. And then we joked about the fact that somebody is going to see it and go, I can't believe we got this in game before. I was gonna say GTA 6, but before you fixed all the raids or whatever it is, right? So it's inevitable, but who cares? It's all good. When can you climb trees? Well, it depends on you can find trees to climb right now. And then you could probably exploit pathing from up there and get a warning from Trent. On the last day of beta,
Exploiting pathing has definitely been a thing.
Your attack and Night Harbor for players with them last stand style. You know, stuff like that's it's such a fun idea. We'll see if something pops up, but I'll be honest, man. Like we're rolling in really hot. We may have to trade. We may have to trade like Deep Elf starter quest for a Shira invasion. Bright Fortress said, pretty amazed game and the game world. Clueless question, is there a programming reason that named mob spawn in the same spot all the time, or is it more of a gameplay paradigm? It's more of a gameplay paradigm. There's something that when we were discussing making a game, that was a thing where
Just for those that don't know, there are mobs that don't spawn
like
in the same exact location all the time.
It feels cozy kind of feel for us.
It does
so
happen.
we wanted to recreate that. But it's also
More commonly, though, they're
production
same location.
question. It's pretty. The way we make content is a pretty cost-effective way to make content because we enjoy it. It does what we want it to do, and if anything, in that paradigm, we learn where stuff spawns, right? So you start to really learn the scene. We do have random spawning within volumes and stuff like that, but yeah, so. But it's one of those things. I remember 2002, right, where everybody was thinking of all the ways you can make these games not feel the way they currently feel, and it was just like, you know, what if there's no grind and there's, you know, what if the world's always different all the time? And there was a lot of exploration of ideas and have played with some of that over the years. But honestly, just coming back to mob spawn here, I get to learn the layout. I feel a sense of mastery because I have that game knowledge.
Yeah, I like what Sean's saying right
You
there.
can go
Like,
to Star Wars
I agree
Old
with that.
Republic fidelity route, or you can go more towards the 1999.
Like learning the layout, learning where mobs spawn and
Day
stuff,
Out.
knowing locations. It's a different
Don't
gameplay,
know if Astron's Colors are like that.
and I really like that gameplay.
You know, just
personally.
very simple kind of approach. And then WoW was the same thing, but greater quest. I wouldn't say fidelity, but quest volume, and then instance fidelity. But yeah. Club Salacious. I would be shocked if more information comes out over time. I think Ollie and I have been we've come from the school of like keep a lot of the formulas and inner workings close to the chest and watch as people theory craft and kind of see what happens there. School of thought. Whereas I don't want to speak for them necessarily, but I do think that like Jahar and Zilith are a little more open. I would honestly, I just wish they weren't so slammed, because both of those guys, they've got a ton of work on their plates getting the classes wrapped up, and I think we're going to get most, but maybe not all of the classes wrapped up before EA. But I mean, they're continuing to plow through at a good clip.
Surprising.
They're pretty heads down for it, so they're not, they're not in there like chopping it up with people in Discord or the forums or whatever as much as well, I don't want to say as much as I like. I don't want to speak for them. Maybe they wouldn't like it. I don't know, but they're both really great at articulating that stuff, and they're very conscientious, and they're really good communicators, and they are, you know, reading. We wind up sharing a lot of like posts and comments and feedback and stuff in our Slack. I know it may not seem like it sometimes, but there is a lot of information from you guys being discussed internally, even if we're not then responding to those threads or whatever, right? So, and I'll be honest, I was in Discord a lot more in recent months, but at this point, man, I want to try to get at least one stream a week, just so there's a little bit of visibility. I know I'm not answering all your questions. I wish I was able to. There's a lot of shit I just go, that's why we have these other people on the team. But I want to be here at least once a week, hopefully twice a week coming up a bit more. And then there's just a lot of stuff. Like I said, we've had a number of designers on the content side that have actually been hit by work stuff pretty heavily over the last 2 or 3 months, and so I'm just trying to make sure that we can stay on top of the work that needs to get done for early access. That's the nuts and bolts of it. So, Evanito said it absolutely boggles my mind that you're making this game with a volunteer team. It's audacious, and I'm just blown away by how good the game already is. Well, I appreciate the kind words, and honestly, more than so when I say I appreciate the kind words, it's not just because it's like, oh yeah, somebody, you know, everybody likes head pats. I like a nice comment as much as the next guy, because we read a lot of comments like I read a great comment this week where someone was like, the game has this, Eminem could truly be a great MMORPG if the developers and community would pull their heads out of their asses. Just like, that's a journey. That's the whole, that one sentence was like a multi-act. It's like, oh. It's like, you know, but it's, so whenever someone's just like, hey, I'm enjoying the game, it's not because it's like there's the abacus somewhere where I'm like, all right, we got 5 likes to 3 dislikes. It's more like, I'm glad I'm glad someone is enjoying it. So, especially if I don't know who you are, especially if you're not one of our regulars who is regular member of the Echo Chamber. Evanito, are you a... No, it says first time chat. First time chat and you say something nice? That's awesome. Thank you, buddy. Once EA sub money comes in, will be even better. Oh, the feedback? Yeah, the feedback is going to be great once we start taking money. We're seriously going to put like 5 click-throughs.
It's going to be rough once they start taking money.
When you go to give us money, we're going to go, wait, no, stop. Really. Before you give us any money.
Whoops.
You realize
I taunted the wrong one.
that nothing's really changing. We didn't have a better word. We didn't have a better phrase or name. Well, we did, but then everybody got mad because they thought it was AI art, and so we stopped talking about it. But early access just means that you're now paying us to develop the game. So, and then you'll have to click through that and it'll be like, no, for real, the game is not going to be complete, but we're going to take your $15 anyways. And you got to click it again, and it's like, no, for real. A prenup. We'll have to talk to our lawyer is whether or not we can have you sign a prenup on the way in. Hey, Keebs. Criddle said, wait, did I hit send on that comment? Is that your alt account? It was like, was one of those Reddit names, so it might have been your alt account. It was a Reddit account that was not saying something bad about you, so that did seem suspicious. Darius said it would be nice to have interactive zones like in Luckland, Hollow Shade, stuff like that. It's funny you say that because the designer that worked on Hollow Shade in Luckland is currently working on Fallen Watch. And Fallen Watch is turning out to be a crazy ass zone. We'll see. We'll see how. Curious if you're out there, I say that with love. I'm excited to get people in there. There's a lot of there's lots of interesting Easter eggs and nooks and crannies and stuff in there. Problem is every company and community member has a different definition of EA. Yeah, that's why we're just gonna that's why we're gonna make you click our definition. Our definition is, and it'll be like 8 bullet points.
New posted in Discord.
Hollow Shade with a bug-free war. I don't know if we
Deep
can
dives are being
promise
written
all
up.
that, man. Don't
Zilith
get
right.
crazy.
As I'm writing this, they will
Somebody
be
else was
reviewed
saying
internally.
something else.
Announced early next week. No deep dives this weekend. Okay.
Adelo PvP said,
Well, that'll give us something to
"Another
talk about
chatter,
next
and good
week."
Sir, the game is absolutely incredible, and me and about a dozen friends and family members I play with, those in and out of beta, are all card in hand, ready to support and play EA. Thank you. You guys are awesome. And if you get tired of the game, don't forget to let your account keep running just in the background. No need to cancel. Don't be a quitter. Grim Phoenix, thank you for the follow 13 minutes ago. Why can't you carry 2 harvesting tools if we can already dual wield? Why not? That is an interesting question. I'm hoping we get the tool belt in and it helps make people
Tool
a little
belt.
happier. Purdue said, I think Eminem team will be shocked when the game goes EA with the love. You know what? This is on my mind a lot. We're going to talk about it between now and EA a ton. But there are certain realities we'll be facing with regards to initial hype and drop off over time and hopefully reactivation over time and things like that. And so we'll be looking at a lot of graphs and talking about expectations. And
Hey, what's going on? Click Respawn. How you doing, bud? Welcome back. Welcome back. We were just
Dual Wheel
listening to
Gathering
Sean and commenting every now and then on what he's
puzzle
saying.
family. Fair
Mostly
enough.
just
There you
listening
go.
to him.
That's a very good answer. Thank you, Derelict. Jump said, I'm such a loyalty sub man. Someone from Netflix is gonna like show up at my funeral crying. Do you want to hear something? So, and this is horrible. I feel guilty about it, but I can't fix it. I can't fix it easily. I have a storage room in Austin, Texas. And
Nope. Story time.
I've had that storage room in Austin, Texas
So it's every few minutes.
since I
This is
moved
gonna be
here
like,
in
oh, squirrel.
2015. And it was a bigger storage
Still need
room.
access?
We
You didn't get it
flew to the
yesterday?
US and
1,500
we're able to
invites went out
basically have a
yesterday.
service come in and like just
We had a
cart
few
off
people
bunch
say
of
that they
stuff.
got access.
Because it was like $170 a month storage room for the first few years, and now we got it down to like, I think I'm paying about $100 a month. And there's really not that much stuff in it. But there's a older woman who helped me like get my remember my code and all that stuff when we were there a few years ago in Austin to try to like handle all of it. And her name is Dolores. And Dolores looked at the storage room and how long I'd been paying for it, and she was like,
Maybe that if PvP access, you
"Honey,
are not going to get PvP
with how much money you
afterwards.
spent on this storage room, you should own like half the company."
It is not meant to be that way. It just seems to work
so every
that
time
way.
I look at the
And it's
look
been
at
brought to the
storage
devs'
room,
attention,
like
and
the
they have not
card on my whiteboard
fixed
my
it.
wife
If it
was
does
like,
do that, they have said that they
We
have
should
looked
call
at it many
Dolores
times, and
sometime
it
and
does
see if
not
we
remove
actually
you
do own the
from the
company now.
PvE access. Like once you get PvP, it doesn't remove you from
Three sheets to
PvE
the wind said
access.
I have paid
But
for
I have
three-room
not
rental
met a
apartment for
single
9 years,
person
which I
that
use
got
for
PvP
storage,
access
kinda late.
and then also got PvE access later. So it seems to be
How
that's the
much
way
would
it
you
works.
charge me if I move my stuff into your rental apartment? Is it in Austin by any chance? Calf Doggy Dog said ding 60.
All the shiny things, the reason the game is
Hey,
completed.
thank you
Yeah.
for dinging 60. Hopefully you will.
Flaming or flashing XP bar is indicative
Hopefully
of
you'll
hell
do it
level.
again.
It is, yes.
Soon.
The flaming
Congrats.
XP bar is a hell level, which means it takes double the amount of XP to get through it.
€60. That's not really saving me money. Is it Idrix or Ledrix? I think it's Idrix. Idrix, thanks for the follow. 3 sheets to the wind. Is it in Austin? Maybe we could work out a deal. If it was in Austin, I would even give you like a box of random EverQuest paraphernalia.
Looking forward to playing Rogue and have read set up based on PvP. Rogue and
scrolling up to
PvP
see
right
if
now
there
is
were-
really good. Rogue and PvE is really bad. So take that how you will.
Just ask Joe Rogan to handle it for you. Every time I text him, he's busy. It's in Sweden, sad to say. Oh man. Well, if I could get my stuff in the U.S. to Sweden, that would be perfect. Is it Edrix? How do I pronounce it?
How do you get the mini info window? So if you go to your inventory
It's
here,
LE? Okay.
if you right click
So
anywhere
then
in
is
this
that
little
Ledrix?
area, you'll get well, mine says hide mini stats, but if you hit mini stats, it'll pop this window out. It'll be really small though. This one is the largest size, so once you have it out, right click on it and go to scale window and make it bigger. But
Are you
this is the maximum
Swedish?
size window.
3 sheets to the wind? Or do you just have an apartment there? Oh. It makes sense that you
Make
have an
sure you
apartment
don't
in
choose the
Sweden.
one that says pop
how,
out
like, every
stats, the top one,
apartment is.
because that'll get you
Everything
the
is
entire
subletted.
list.
I had to sublet my I subletted my apartment in Sweden from a guy named Simon who was moving to Hong Kong.
So many right-click options on things you need to explore. Yeah. A lot of the UI, it's a little clunky until you understand it, but it works almost like old school Windows does. You know, like right-click everything, and see if you can do more things with it. I mean, you can come up here, right-click this. You can do all sorts of stuff with this and this. Like with all the different windows, you can right-click and do more stuff with it. I can also blow your mind with one more thing. Hang on one second, let me get thread on this. If you open this up right here, you can open and close this thing. Nobody even knows there's a little tabby thing right there. So you can just get rid of your stats window completely if you want to. Very few people know about that thing. I don't know, like, why they put it there,
it's
but
not
it's
coming in
there.
the rest of the country.
It is there.
You know, Robert, I'm not even gonna say it. I will say the nice part. There are some things I found strange about Sweden, but overall, I really like Jasmine. I really, really enjoy Sweden. It's beautiful, beautiful country. Was it the meatballs? No, the meatballs are good. Oh, I'm a chick IRL said sorry I already asked, but can you add Fairy as a playable race in the future? You never know. One of these years when we're trying to find one more thing to milk yet, one more month of $15 out of you. Milk you? Baniel, I don't know if that sounds right. Any preview Easter eggs we get to see of a deep run through? Have you not seen the deep?
You really customized most of your UI.
Sounds
then?
exactly how you meant it
did a
to
great
sound.
job.
Well,
Yeah.
all right.
So many UIs
It
are
is
super
Saturday.
bad. This UI needs some work, but
Nice.
you can do a lot with
deep
it
Squats. I use it often.
if you're willing to mess around with it for a few minutes.
Let's go check in on some progress then. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can make the game work.
The heck? Where's this thing going?
It's so deep you can't fathom it. Nice one, Acumen.
Why did it run over there?
Did I miss it?
Because of the-
Ledrix, did you confirm
I
that
taunted
it's
it, though.
Ledrix? Usually I name my character Drix, but many people use that name. So I thought, Ledrix. If I put the French article in front of the name, it was already used by someone else. Okay. Le fancy. Robert, I hear Jasmine speaking Swedish so often that that I've restarted my Duolingo for Swedish just so I could. Can we see Fallen Watch? Okay, before I get into game, here's an actual thing that came up about Fallen Watch, and I'm curious to get your thoughts on it, especially you higher level people. So Fallen Watch is so big that we're probably going to divide it into more than one zone. That may sound weird because you're looking at that castle up on the hill and you're like, how could it be that big? Well, it is. Pattis did the original layout, so that's all you got to know. That's all you got to. Pattis did the original layout. And then he said, hey, have fun propping this thing. So, it's big. Pattis did it, confirmed it's huge, yeah. And,
It's good that Fallen Watch is big. I like that.
said, I love this game, and I still have no idea how to do
Because it's supposed to be a
anything yet.
high-level
You're our favorite
dungeon.
type of player. What about the Forgotten Realms looking, shade-looking city above glass flats? Vale of Zintar. Though there's a crash one in glass flats. It is, that's like a 1.0 thing, unless we really, for some reason, decide to put it in sooner. So the reason why I was asking higher level people, the designer that's working on Fallen Watch was hoping to get people in to start playing it sooner rather than later, right? Like in the next update even. Because he's got essentially the first zone's worth of content in. but his concern has been that if everybody bum rushes it, because there's a range of levels within it, right? So it's not just a level 60 zone, right? There's a range. So you go, you know, mid 40s up through 60. He was asking me what I thought about making the entrance, essentially it's a teleport, NPC teleports you, but there's a level check, and not letting you in if you're over a certain level, so that it would you would hit it kind of like you would for the first time at lower levels. And I had mentioned I was concerned that the folks that are higher level would just be bummed because people are really going to want to see it. It's very interesting. They're going to want to get in. They're going to want to see it. And it's not meant to be level capped forever. It's for testing. For testing. Just for testing is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that we're doing it. He was saying, could we cap it so that they would test it in a way where it's not just level 60s before you... hear me out. And I said, listen, might as well have people flood in anyway at all levels, because that's the way it's going to be played, even if it's not played that way initially. So just... yeah, the Sunken Resort just got bum rushed by 60s. Rinse is up. Yeah, so I think that's the concern, right? So that is the thought. So it's not for EA. It wouldn't be this way. It's not for ever. It's, hey, for this stuff that's like mid to high 40s and 50s, can we roll this out where it's like 1 week or a few days, I get some, so he can see the people run in, and then, yeah. So, anyways, I told him that given as much as you guys get upset about stuff, despite it being beta, that it probably wouldn't be worth the headache for us. And so, just because there's higher level content in there as well, right? There's stuff all the way up to 60. And so, I'm just being real with you. It's not shots fired. Like, it's the truth, right? So, yeah. I told him just to be prepared for the onslaught. And so what he's doing is, because there's a lot of stuff in there that will actually take time to figure out anyway. We're going to do a little bit of hopefully kind of best of both worlds, which is I have some of that stuff not be active when you go in, and look for just getting the basic bugs, because there's going to be a lot of bugs and stuff, right? And you're going to go in, you're going to find pathing issues, you're going to find we just overlooked if you do this over here and that over there, then ship breaks, and training this stuff around creates this problem, and training that stuff around creates this other problem, right? So just getting that basic stuff in there. Yeah. Criddle said, the issue I see is if you make more level lock content for testing or not, people will see a pattern. Not everyone is in a streaming hearing, it's just for testing. Yeah, but here's the thing, dude. We're developing the game the way we have for the last 5.5, 6 years. At this point, we're kind of we're used to it, right? So then people will come out and they'll be like, yeah, but then people are gonna get upset. People have never not been upset with, you know, with something in this community. And people have never not had a misperception or taken something out of context or not had all the info. And I'm not saying that in like a negative way. I'm just saying that's just the way it is. So it's one of those things where we're having this conversation the other day where one of the guys was like, "Oh, but you never get a chance to make a second chance to make a good first impression." I was like, "That's just not how we've done anything ever."
You know, like I hear what he's saying here,
this
but
is not a first impression.
I just feel like it's one of those things like, oh, we're just going to do it anyway, whether we know that it causes problems, we're still going to do it. And
you can never
something about that approach just it doesn't seem right with me.
EA launch, that's it. That's the only time anybody's ever going to check it out. If that winds up being the case, it's going to be the case. But like this game was always going to have that problem. This game was always going to not make the best first impression. Rewind. That's the whole. That is open development in a nutshell. If you want the best first impression, don't do open game development.
Need a PR team to keep him imploding his initial. Yeah,
they are in fact.
We'll see what happens.
Exclusive.
We'll see what happens. I don't know. I just don't like that approach. It's just like, whatever kind of approach to things.
We're not here to make.
If I take this knife and
we're here to
cut my finger, I could cut it off or whatever. But I'm still going to do it anyway. Kind of like
even when people are super amped
why not even
about
attempt to?
Or people
I don't know. It's
all showed up for the birthday party but left early, or only played for 3 months, then dead game. Okay, and then we'll turn around and we'll look at each other on the team and we'll go, "You guys want to keep? You guys want to keep making the game that we're talking about making?" Now, we may change some shit. We may look and go, you know what? You're right. It is too dark. But we adjust stuff. But at the end of the day, this game just costs us money every month. We're making zero money. We make no money. This is just coming out of...
See, this is what I don't like, right?
You know,
like I appreciate that they're making the game and it's coming out of pocket, and he talks about not making any money all the time.
Right?
But when you try to give suggestions of how they can make the game better to make money,
that's not.
They're like, nope, we don't want to do that.
That is part of what it is.
I don't understand
like, that was the plan, right? That was always the plan.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, why would you go back and forth?
When people are like, oh, you know, but they may have X number of people play, and then they'll have in 3 months X minus 90%. It's like, and then we'll just look around at the team and go, "You guys still good with continuing to go?" Somebody
like
just mentioned it as well.
It's hard to like complain about not having money. But then say you don't want to make money.
Like most inspirational to me, at least. I was talking to Goblin about this the other day.
It's confusing to me.
Like No Man's Sky, Hello Games, No Man's Sky. And what is the game that I'm most excited about right now, that I'm waiting on, that I hopefully it's as cool as I imagine it's going to be, is Light No Fire, right? Like goosebumps thinking about it. If you guys... If there's anybody out there on that team, always happy to check that out at some point. Black HC said, really hope to see you guys continue at this and turn Eminem into a game it deserves to be. Have a good one. Hey, thank you. Steal a line from DCC. You will not break me. That is the philosophy of the team. Our thing is honestly, it's just like, do you want to keep going? Just, it's funny. Goblin and I were talking. Oddly enough. And It's just like, this is kind of, I don't know. We may have to get Goblin to do with our characters. Eminem recreated excitement of getting up early before school to play games. That's nice to hear. Over time, I mean, we're just... Oh. Yeah, I need to get in game. I'll show you something if you didn't see it the other day. We're just getting like little stuff in here and there that's hopefully going to continue to make things better. That conversation with Goblin, this is one of the things I really enjoy about our team is so varied, and so many people on the team have different input because of their background, right? So the music you're listening to, Robert Helsinki in chat has made that music. That's what's in the background. Hopefully it's not too loud. But he's just he's a complete EQ nerd, and
He diverted the conversation.
absolute
Yeah.
insane
Probably for the best.
player of video games. And Goblin actually, he never played EQ. He started with WoW, and then he's become one of our most fervent, like, non-quality of life enjoyers on the team. Goblin's a young man. Big life event coming up. I don't know how much I can or cannot say, but
It was getting heated. Yeah, he was definitely getting irritated.
excited for him.
So it's probably best that he just
And
moved on. Yeah, very heavily defensive,
yeah,
which
so
I totally
we've
understand.
got,
I do the same thing.
we've got people that,
But he was getting extremely defensive of it.
you know, they never played. People are like, yeah, nobody's gonna play it if they didn't, play EQ or whatever. It's just like, no, we're sticking very true to certain things because it makes the game feel different than other stuff that's out there. And so then we have people that come from backgrounds.
Yeah, I agree with you
Oh,
to some
these guys are
extent.
new. I mean, you were gonna find them
You know,
anyway.
he
but,
kind of
says
says one thing, does
people that
another
come from
sometimes.
different backgrounds,
Little
and,
contrarian on his own things.
He
does do that.
just because of the game feel and some of the friction that I guess other folks don't like or whatever. But where is it going with? Oh, but like in talking to Goblin, he had a brilliant idea the other day. So he was also the one that a couple years ago. Let me go to Night Harbor really quick, and I'll just show you this.
Yeah, I
think
mean,
showed you
like
last
I've
thing
said
as well.
many times, I appreciate Sean. I
I'm a
appreciate
real
what the
chick
dev teams are doing.
that-
Like I appreciate all
I'm a
that.
chick IRL said, I'm coming from
but-
WoW, really enjoy myself, never played EQ.
You know, it is. You
Love
do
it.
have to.
No, there was somebody else.
There's a reason. There's always like a face of the company.
Barney
and,
was streaming
you know,
and it never
how you present
like,
yourself.
played EQ. Like our goal wasn't to just
There's a reason for all
make
that.
EQ, obviously.
But
We went back and we said, prior to WoW, rounding off the rough edges and making the game so accessible, what did games feel like? And is there value in some of those friction points and some of the things that slow you down or make you dependent on others? Not a full group, just others. Somebody in the zone that knows something you don't, whatever, right? And will that be something that some people may enjoy? And I remember during those early years, we were on P99. Oh, this is going to be so slow like this. Let me patch the client and run it. Let's see. The editor it's
Yeah,
chugging for me.
to what he's saying right now, I agree with some friction, but I do think that they've gone a little overboard with it in some ways. Like some friction's good, but the amount of friction they've added to the game, the
Now,
amount
you
of
said
like
never played EQ to launch
annoying
so far
things.
For Eminem way more. Awesome.
Feels
I
bad.
like it. Yeah, I met a 22-year-old on P99. He was playing the game for the first time, playing an Enchanter in Unrest, and we started chatting. And I think it's a different style of game. Right, that was the goal. It was, but when we say, hey, we think there was a divergence here, and everything just got really accessible and really sort of streamlined, and that's not a bad thing. We're not, those of you in the community that are like, oh, go play WoW if you don't like, that doesn't help. But we're not saying any of those games are bad. We're saying there is a different feel. Can we lean into that feel? And then over time, can we start to go even deeper on some of the systems that we have? So, like, we have a very rudimentary NPC chat system, but we're adding in layers as we go that hopefully make it feel better. And then one of the things when I was talking to Goblin the other day, he was like, hey, can we track the words that our players are saying to NPCs? I was like, shit, we track a ton of data.
That wouldn't be hard to track. How do you know if you're saying it to an NPC or not?
It's like, all right, that's actually because the idea was, okay, let's see what you guys are saying to the various NPCs so that we can then get a heat map of the words that people are using with these NPCs so that we can then look at the quests and see whether we need to fix the prompts so that the prompts are a bit more intuitive, so that we're not going to every single prompt and trying to blow them out completely. How we differentiate to who's talking to an NPC or not, you've got them targeted. Otherwise, they're not listening to you. And then from there, we basically we consolidated down, because you could have an NPC targeted, but you could still be chatting with somebody else or saying something else. So I've got to go through and look at how Swanee's pulling that, but he's already got it in and is like, and we're looking at that data. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. So yeah, it's little stuff like that where it's like, all right, so we can continue to tune the mud actions, because we're doing it on the mud actions as well, looking at some of the syntax on mud actions to make it a little bit easier to do them. Over time, I think we're going to find that the NPCs will get a little bit smarter and smarter and have an understanding that when you're using a word that's synonymous with something else, that it's Squat said, my wife won't talk to me sometimes, even when I target her. Must be a bug. Black HC, thanks for the follow a little bit ago as well.
We using the proper lighting here, or are we maxed? Yeah, max lighting.
Yeah, I
Still
have a
dark
tendency
with
to
max
just
lighting.
type out the full sentence with NPCs. Eventually, it would be nice to.
I should
maybe
make
have that matter more and
I
feel
should make this
better.
overview
Those
video
are the
at
things
normal
that
lighting,
during-
and people will be like, "Are you even
during
playing the game?"
EA to 1.0, we'll constantly be reworking the systems to see if. It'd be awesome to have some type of prompt for unfinished quests. Some of them are in there. Ones that aren't. That's just kind of an oversight. Are you guys going to have ways to support development since no charge for the game itself? Yeah, starting in October, you can give us $15 a month, and that will be how we get your support. Saw something funny yesterday. Guy in group says I have to hop off. Accidentally pulled wifey aggro from playing too much. That is a very common. That is actually a common.
Oh my god, look how dark it is. This is normal gameplay here.
I was gonna say turn of events, choice of words.
Without some sort of light source.
How do you pronounce Aelvarith? I pronounce
look how
it
dark it is,
Aelvarith.
dude. You can't see anything. That's nuts.
Rutu and Cluckquest, thank you for the follow. Hey, there's Swanee. Oh man, you're lucky I'm not flashbanging you right now, just me. Can you see it on my face? When the merch comes out, be patient with us. It's gonna be print on demand. The merch that we have bought from there so far has been good. Get dark mode. It just there was no, I don't know, the game was loading and it was a white screen for some reason. How correctable will Raise Faith be in regards to factions? You can forsake your god or faith and work on a new one. That should, and then factions will just be a grind. You just got to find the right things to do. EA is October 1st. Any plans for regional pricing? No plans for regional pricing at this time. So we understand that it's tough for some folks, but
What do they want? Regional pricing like throughout the world, or
make sure I don't have audio overlapping. I don't hear it there, but
I assume that's what they mean. I guess you just have to convert your whatever to dollars and get the sub that way.
turn this back on. Will forsaking your god be seen differently by different religions? Like, will some really hate you after you do that, and others not care as much? That is the hope. We're still working on the actual gameplay like the content implications, but that is the hope. Are we going to allow have some that allow you to come back and some that will exile you forever if you have displeased them? At the moment, they all let you come back. It's simpler that way. In a later version of it, maybe. And over time, getting better consequences in and having it have a bigger impact will definitely be on the books. It'll be like a roadmap item. In other games, some races are camped and could never access certain areas, locations, so wondering if we'll ever see Deep Elves roaming Night Harbor and the like. We're hoping to get the factions good enough that you may see it, but they will have had to do a lot of work to get there.
I'm looking forward to the faction stuff whenever they add it in.
Affect the way you're treated in the world similar to EQ? Yes.
Really looking forward to that.
Schmo said at one time Goblin talked about a pool of sponsored subs to EA to help folks get a free month donated to them. What do you think about an idea like that? The challenge we've had with all of the donating to a pool, etc., was like, how do we give it out? People are already, look at the lottery. People are already unhappy that they don't win the lottery. So like, how do we give out the subs from the pool of subs is the biggest challenge we've run into.
But see, like taking that statement right there, I could flip it on and be like, but that's just how you do it, you know? Like, that's what kind of irks me sometimes about Sean. Is like
All right, so
one
I think I
side
showed this
thing,
last week,
he's
but
like,
just
well, that's
in
just
case
how
you
it
missed
is. And the other way, he's like, well, we don't want to do it because it upsets
one of the
people.
things that we've changed is
I don't know, it's just weird.
I made it big so you could read it.
I guess it depends on what the topic is, but
So now when you say stuff to a NPC, guard, merchant, quest NPC or whatever, and you say like, you know, so you say something like, I want to go shopping, right? And so he's, what sort of shopping you're looking to do, looking to buy something specific. And there's still more that we need to put in here, because like if I say swords, I don't think he's going to send you anywhere, but if I say like fish, you know, they mentioned that, right? So there's some work there, but the bigger problem that we had was if I say like farts.
do you know how to clear the login
Previously, if you say
zone
something
line
weird,
bug? No, there's no way to
you
do
wouldn't
it
say
to my
anything,
knowledge.
so you wouldn't know that.
It only happens
There's
in
no
Night Harbor, though.
feedback. If you've played a game like this, there is no feedback, right? Or so.
You can bind somewhere and gate,
You know, like,
but that doesn't really fix it. It just makes it to where you always appear there.
You're just like, huh? And so now anything that's not an act, like that's right. And so, and this is an expandable list. This is all just a table. So we've already put it in. So you know, and we got support, so you can like for animations in the text as well. So now he can shrug and stuff like that, right? So now you get feedback even if you're wrong, which was a big one, right? And that was something Goblin asked about like years ago because he'd never played a game like this. Go to see if Stumpy's up. So Stumpy's up. And since it's on a per NPC basis, we can also make it. One of the first things I thought after attaching this to the NPCs was like, oh shit, Stumpy doesn't have a tongue. He doesn't talk. So if I target Stumpy and I'm like, hail, he just emotes, right? Oh yeah, and you've got the animation playing now. That's nice, right? I think Loki's been updating some of these as well. So then if I say, whatever.
It's a lot of discussion on chatting and like with NPCs.
He actually has a separate table or a set of entries in a table that are because he's mute, right? So his response is,
I only have it in my fighter. It's quite annoying. Yeah, well, yeah, it's very annoying on my fighter as well. Just nonstop. Like
So
maybe it's a fighter
then
thing.
when oh, I just realized my green screen's freaking out again. It's all good. So if he was drunk, I made another one for like rude people. I don't know if I added rude to anybody. I could do that really quick actually. Let me go. Guard Jeskel is kind of an asshole. Hold on one second. Go to. I don't think I added it to him though. Right? Because he's like. Oh no, he does. He is already got the rude attached to him. Are you daft?
Uh-oh. Don't have
There's
a dagger
more than
on
that.
this
I'll
one.
have to look at the.
Type
that
mode
was
gaming is
just bad
okay,
RNG.
but I'm not happy. Yeah.
Are you drunk? What are you saying, right? So anyway, so we've got that. We're gonna start looking at the heat map of like words that are being said to various quest NPCs and see if we can make that a little bit better. Oh, this guy's up. Need to come in and add more of these random events. And I need to redo this. This is years old. He should have depopped by now, I think. Yeah, and so drunk guys act drunk and blah, blah, blah. So we'll be able to do that. Need to throw one on for some of the quest animals that you talk to.
The heck?
Yeah, so it's little stuff like that. The reason why I mentioned that type of little thing is it's a very small change. It was very quick to get in.
That was weird.
Ollie put it in like, I don't know, 20 minutes. And then
That was the
then we got the data
face mask.
for it. Is the music too loud? Let's just look down the monitor. What did I come in to show you? Not that, I don't think. Reminds you of the old JRPGs. Fall and Watch for sure. No. I mean, I could show you Fall and Watch, and then that would take some of the heat off of people going in and being the first to see Fall and Watch. I just don't want to do it. I think it'd be more fun for you guys to get in and be the first to see it. The brightness in this zone is, these are the working lights. I think I mentioned that before. So the lights are pretty pretty amped up for us in here right now.
We're gonna leave the veil and then I don't want it to rot.
Oh, okay.
We're getting on.
Will you be able to level all the way to 16 in deep without leaving eventually? Yeah. Yeah.
You will be able to level from 1 to 60 in the deep. That's actually kind of interesting to know. I wonder how many people are going to want to play the game that way. Like, I'm going to play a Dark Elf character and only level, or not Dark Elf, but a Deep Elf or Deep character and only level in the Deep. Or like, I'm going to play a Topside character and I'm only going to level in the Deep because I'm trying to, you know, like the roleplay reasons. I'm trying to kill off everything evil in the Deep or whatever. Interesting to see people actually play it that way.
Hoods, thank you very much. It was a pleasure and an honor for Slayheim to spend so much of his time with me. chatting. I enjoyed the interview. I mentioned to him. I don't know that I want to do a ton of interviews, to be honest. So I'm glad that I got to do one with him.
Lore play server thing. They are looking at doing like a role play kind of thing. Yeah.
All right,
but
Daniel.
we'll see.
Take care.
We'll see. I don't know if they will or not, but they do want to.
So yeah, our focus right now is getting the deep stuff together, getting it playable for you guys as quickly as humanly possible. Zones come together pretty fast on the content side, but player housing, there will be player housing in the deep. In Aelvarith, yep. And maybe some little places here and there, similar to like the housing in Shallow Shoals. All right, so yeah, it's a big city. There will be housing in the Underdocks. Like I said, the lighting is these are the work lights. It's brighter in here than it will be. It's also a big city. So much for just making all the non-Night Harbor cities tiny, I guess. But speaking of the Deep and Underdocks, Talon is here. Talon's been working away in the Underdocks. But yeah, this city is also not a joke. So bear with us. Even it's not going to be, it's not going to have every nook and cranny filled. It's not going to be every single NPC and every mud action and every quest in here when we hit early access. But it will be coming together quickly, and we'll have a roadmap for you, and you'll see as more and more stuff comes online. Okay, so don't kill a bot. It's a bit apples and oranges for all of us.
Shocker, won't be that bright.
A zone
definitely won't be
zone
bright in the
with
deep.
More, I would say, more appropriate, like the actual lighting. Minzo Baranzan, hold my beer. Well, I mean, I do actually. Yeah, it was very well lit. Like I said, it'll be darker once it's live. I'm curious to see if we optimize something. Because, like, these areas around the crystals and stuff felt more illuminated back in
I don't know how many PvP-focused players actually enjoy
previous
PvP,
visits.
but I feel like it might not work very well.
I don't know.
Just
Talon,
being
have you
overconfident.
noticed anything along those lines while you're in here?
PvP is not going to work very well in this game, pretty much ever, because of the way that they're building it. There will be people that like this style of PvP, but
Like,
it's
that area
definitely
used to
going to
be-
be a very small audience compared to the PvE audience. Just the way that it's built, the way that
More
it
lit up.
works.
Oh,
Majority of people
the water's
will
no
not
longer
want to play it.
as well.
So the druid
Yeah,
and shaman both
so
have interrupts.
something's up
I have
with
level
this.
50
It is
shaman,
darker.
and I'm not aware of any interrupt in the class. What interrupt are you talking about? The knockback that they can do?
Click respawn and Terracore, thank you for the follows.
The knockback will interrupt mobs.
Typically, you can see
If they're
all of that
casting.
illuminated by the crystals and stuff.
It's not a direct interrupt,
yeah,
but
work
it
in
will
progress.
interrupt. It's like a stun. Same thing. Stuns will interrupt a cast, but they don't interrupt it. They just stop the casting of it.
Use Gamma. Should I cheat? It doesn't fix it because the lights are just gone. Oh, there's a fairy though. Let me... Do the deep elves have a king or queen ruling over them? They have a queen. Any deep gnome finished models to see? What are... Yeah, you can see them in the latest update. Let me... Ah, oh, I got a beard still. Let me take my clothes off. That usually makes it more interesting looking. What?
Don't take that out of
That's my
context.
consignment container.
That can be taken out of context so easily.
I'll tank the knee. Redact, redact.
Are we getting a trait reworked before EA? That is the hope, yes. I think there's still some animation things to look at. Tellin, we may need to borrow your person who is helping you with props in here to help on another zone soon. Looks like things are coming together pretty well here, though. I saw that. I took a raft over to the island. I was waiting on this one to go back over. It looks great. Good job. Have we tried to ride a mount on a raft yet? Has anything been done to stop programs like Show EQ? We've done a few things in the past, both on the tech side and also on the legal side.
Rats, Braga.
What is the Show EQ? People sniffing packets or using other techniques to basically gather data that is being sent to the client so that it can be displayed in a way that gives the person using the application the ability to see more information than we intended. I think is about as generic of answer as I could give. Hopefully that's relatively accurate. I'm telling you, this is the power work outfit. It allows you to see every NPC in the zone. Well, in theory, even if you've got something that is working in that way, it won't show you everything in the zone because we use the sphere of influence system. So we're not sending information to the clients beyond that's outside of a certain distance to you.
Yeah, this whole like where he's talking about like the cheating
3 sheets to the
software
wind.
and stuff.
We've been dropping them basically. The
It's
same
going to
time
keep
that we
happening.
Have the
That's going to be a
announcements,
long
like the breakdowns.
process for them to have to
We've
fight.
been providing the updated class as well. So you can see work is definitely happening in here. But I mentioned earlier in the stream that I'm going to confirm with the guys and try to basically give you a nice timeline for the remaining classes. Do you have plans to change tracking at all for user viewing? Seeing the entire zone virtually on track with no sorting alphabetically as well. Yeah, there'll be revisions to track over time for sure. So, the Underdocks, even though you couldn't see all of it because of the lighting thing that's going on, the Underdocks is pretty big. So there'll be a lot of stuff going on in here as well. Yeah, a lot of people they check out the game and then they kind of make their decision, you know, yay or nay. And we have a number of people that are continuing to play, but we definitely see that some people have like played and they're waiting to come back on EA. I mean, I did look recently. Just kind of see what things would look like. And you can see, you know, we've held pretty steady when EQL like came out. That was the 28th. Naturally, we see a dip there, which it's to be expected. But we've maintained a pretty steady like 25 on average. Yeah, average is 2,600 people uniques, and then CCUs like around 900 for beta that's been going on this long. That's fair. We'll take it, and then we'll just see what happens. And like I was saying earlier in the stream, at the end of the day, I think a lot of people look at early access for us similar to a game that's had like a specific runway where they basically spent all their money trying to get to this point, and they were crossing their fingers that it all works. Otherwise, they kind of are going to go, you know, ass up. And for us, it's mainly there's really only two scenarios when we go into early access, whether it be the day of early access or 5 months later. There are really only two scenarios that will make us not continue just doing what we're doing, right? Which is continuing to make this very big game and try to make it as deep as possible over time. It would be absolutely no one shows up and we're like, well, shit, we definitely miscalculated. All right, I guess we've got a private server that we've got a great private server for ourselves. Okay. Or 4 months after the game comes out, it's less about whether or not 90% of the people stop playing, and it's more about if everybody on the team's like, yeah, I'm out of here, then we'll have to look at it, and I don't know, Ollie and I will sit and go.
I think that's the bigger issue. Is if everybody on the
There'll be
team
a few of us.
decides
I
to
say
stop
Ollie and I,
working
but
on it.
It'll be a few of us, and we just go, all right, well, cool, do you want to keep grinding? All right. And then that'd be that. We'd have more time to play the game, I guess. There'd be less pressure. We'd keep grinding on the game, and we'd have more time to level our tunes. Yeah, if everybody keeps subbing but they're not playing, then that's okay.
A lot of players from Europe have
We'll
been
keep
asking for
making
the
the
EU
game.
server right now. Pings seem to be.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if it's an
current servers located in
optimization
the US.
thing. Look,
They are US
as I got
East. Yeah,
as I
the
got
current
closer,
servers
the
are.
light is showing here.
They are looking at making EU servers, but
Oh shit! I jumped too far.
they don't know if they're going to have enough people from the EU to warrant having a full server just for EU. So the idea is that they're going to open up an EU server, see if enough people go to it. If enough people play on it, great. They'll
And
leave
now
the
the lights
server.
are showing.
If not enough people go to it and they have to shut it down for some reason, it'll merge into a US East server.
Yeah, I took 1,200
But as far as
points
ping
damage.
is concerned,
I
don't
think
be
it's,
too
I
worried
think
about
we
ping.
added
Like,
some sort
I
of,
understand that
optimization.
150, 200 ping is not great.
And that's why
But
the
this
lights
game
weren't
isn't
showing
very
before.
ping heavy.
See how bright it is now?
So yeah, I wouldn't worry about that too much.
How deep are you guys going to go on the reputation gated content? Pretty deep. Might be a render limit. I think our guys have been working on some different optimizations. I think maybe they did something. So I'll mention it. Chevin11. I was just talking about you a little bit ago. Said, yeah, don't worry, I didn't say anything. I shouldn't. My wife and I were playing a ton for a bit, but she wanted to wait after we got good feel for the game until EA so she can play for real. I feel that way, honestly. As much as I like my little tunes, it'll be nice to know that they are forever characters. Vanteleon said, speaking of render limit, do you have plans to add sliders for particle effects and such? Sometimes you get nuts in small space. Yeah. Oops, wrong direction.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. Huh? Oh whoa man, oh whoa man, oh whoa man.
Yeah, I think the lighting
Whoa man.
everywhere. Oops.
You know
in
the joke,
deep,
right?
Yeah,
We're all
the Tron
men.
mushrooms.
And when a girl walked by, he's like, whoa, man. And that's why they're called women. True.
We'll have to fix that zone line.
That's what happened.
Yeah, the lighting got kind of messed up in here, I think. In the deep. 2000ish said, as a super casual player,
I sure
find
want to
myself
play a
often
deep
just
gnome
logging
after
in and,
seeing
not to
fleshed in
level,
game.
but just to sit around and enjoy the ambience.
Yeah, definitely
That is
interesting
also a
looking
big help for
creature.
the project.
Very interesting
In all
looking
seriousness.
creature.
This zone is very in progress. Derek Carsis said, this close to EA, is there a reason you're still using a lottery to give playtest access rather than just opening the gates, or is it mostly to manage population limits on the server? Mostly to manage population limits on the server. We still have... So, right now it's just showing some stats. Like, we currently have...
I don't know they need to really limit the
between
population on the
2,000
server right now.
500 unique players each day. But the reality is, if we were to just provide open access, so
I think it's more of a-
it would be. Let me.
People won't buy it on October 1st. You know, they won't pay. You wish the deep elf could be a druid?
So
Yeah.
potentially add
I want every
another
race to be every
8,000
class,
people.
but
Now, naturally, not everybody's going to play of that 8,000. Not all of those accounts are legit, etc. But it is one of those situations where we don't want to create more work for ourselves than necessary. Right? You know, keep in mind that we don't have a massive CS staff. So that's the main thing. We do a couple things in the background to try to ensure that the people that are in the lottery each week are as legit as possible. So if you wanted to make it an independent game, make a game within the game, could it be integrated in and in with independent development? You would have to go through like a whole process where we have you sign over the IP and all that stuff, and then it still probably have to be integrated and all of that. So it's not something that we typically do. Like, once people are coming on the team or on the team and they want to do stuff like that, it's a lot easier for us to manage. Derek Carsis said, makes sense. Appreciate the explanation. I've been pretty impressed with the openness of development. Looking forward to trying out. We're excited to have you. Yeah, so this lighting is not correct. The last lighting was not correct. They're all just kind of incorrect in their own special way at the moment. So we'll be continuing to get that wired in. Oh, no worries, Leon, and I appreciate the offer. I will say, as a spoiler, those of you that are in beta, you will maybe see that there's a little something for you to play in the next update. I don't know if anything has been mentioned on that front. I don't want to be too spoilery. A schlong slider like Age of Conan. I mean, priorities. Don't forget to add jiggle physics. Well, I mean, if you know those things go together. Rubs hands together, delicious. Those things. Are we all still? Oh my goodness. It's Saturday, huh? Instead of a slider, we use named presets like EQ2, like Your Majesty. Oh my. No fishing minigame. No. Ollie has reworked fishing, but it is not a minigame at this time. Oh goodness, it's 10 o'clock. I have based on the conversation we were just having, I read that sentence all wrong. I read it as, I just want to be able to fillet my cook.
What's that supposed to mean? Which part? The mini game thing that he was talking about? I took it as like they're going to be adding in some sort of mini game thing into the game, but he didn't elaborate on it.
I always thought you were a cook.
Cut this guy off, send him to bed finally. Maybe soon. Usually he does about 2 hours, so he's probably getting pretty close to wrapping up.
I want a fishing mini game, but it should be for special fish, trophy fish even, not something you do regularly. Oh, it just pops up if it's like a very special fish. That's when you know you got a big one on the line, when all of a sudden it's a completely different mini game. Oh no. What's going on here?
You don't hear the mini game part? Yeah, somebody asked about adding in...
I think we do.
Effectively, they asked about adding in a mini game, an independent mini game within the game.
Nerve-wracked.
And that was kind of Sean's response to that is...
All right.
They would allow it, blah, 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 if this. And then he said, adding it in...
Why did I just think of like
spoiler
Final
alert,
Fantasy?
there might be adding it in one. That's my interpretation of it.
Does that happen in
what he said?
Fantasy 11? Penny asks, what can you tell us about launch day? What time are we looking at? 1 p.m., 6 p.m. Eastern. Narrow down the servers yet. I just read that in your voice. Because the way I read the last part was like very yeah, I don't know if you've watched your videos, and I think you probably get it. Based on Ollie, 3 a.m. Eastern. Maybe we should launch on our time instead of American time. Damn it. We should launch when it's convenient for us. Just want something like in New World where you reel the fish in and raise it above your head to display it. That would be cool. It's kind of... high fidelity. That's pretty fancy. 9 a.m. finish time. What is that for us? For me, is that like... is that an 8? No. Is that 10? I'm backwards. Coffee and sauna. That sounds awesome. Since it's about time for me to wrap up, Robert, you know what my new thing
Mini
is?
game like professional kind drop. I mean,
I've discovered
so like mini games are like cooking
most
mini games
favorite
and fishing
things.
mini games where you have to like
And it's gonna sound
It's like a
lame to
game
some
within
of
a
you,
game
but,
is what
one
they're
of
talking
my
about.
Favorite things is
Like when you get a fish, you throw in your line, you get a fish
my
on
wife
there,
gets
and you have
off
to like
work
press a
lately,
button
'cause
very
the weather's
quickly,
still good
or
and
you have
it's
to
not
like
too, it's not too
move
late.
the controller around or whatever to fish.
We've been
Those are
going
all
up on the balcony.
what he's talking about, mini games.
No cell phones. Leave the cell phones
Not
down
much info we got today. Not much. I've got a little bit to talk about,
Or
but
in the pocket. Or
just
on
a
the
quick
table.
a quick overview of it. We'll talk about it at the very end.
And I will.
There wasn't much takeaway.
We've been drinking. Essentially, we have like espresso. We're not fancy. We don't have the machine, so we just have this wonderful espresso concentrate. Well, that boat's just going sideways. That's wonderful. Espresso with a Mediterranean tonic water. Nice big ice cube in there. And we'll just sit there and we'll chill out. Talk with no phones. I'll smoke a cigar
Hey, thank you so much for the sub.
and relax.
I appreciate
It's
it.
just amazing.
Thank you for getting me away from Uber and Lyft.
No phone time.
It's
with
not
a
fun, and I'm
significant
not
other
enjoying it.
Is
I want to stop
And
doing
it
that as soon as
makes-
possible.
It's made me, made us just
Although
realize
I'm probably going to
how
do that
much-
tonight again. Well,
How-
I
like,
definitely
how
going to
much
do it
the
tonight,
phone
at
in
least
the
for
hand is
a little
not
while, because
not a great thing.
I got to get my bonus money. I don't want last night to be all for naught.
Also, I'm a big dork because now I like cigars as well.
I'll
It
feel
was
really
pipes,
bad
now
if
it's cigars as well.
if I put in all the
I'm just
effort of last
fascinated.
night and then I don't get
They're so pretty.
anything out of it. today.
Anyway, I think that is
Really
it.
bad.
On that note, I think it is it for me today. Criddle, are you still streaming? Because I didn't see anybody from the team that's streaming. Robert said, me and wifey just went to the sauna earlier. Old school sauna with wind stove. Life quality. Yeah, when we eventually get our own place, we're definitely getting a sauna. Only for a bit longer. Should I not raid you? Let me see. Is Brutus streaming? Deep Squats was first. Criddle, I'll raid you. I've been wanting to raid you. I owe you one. And then if you want to raid somebody else afterwards, if you're going to wrap up, then let's do it. I'll raid you, and then you can raid Brutu if you want, or next time I'm streaming and he's on, then we'll do that. So let's do that. You guys have a great rest of your weekend. I'm going to wrap up, and like I said, I promised I'd be here today. I'm here. I'm on time. I'm going to I'll try to get in a couple streams next week. We'll see. And yeah, we're just going to be very heads down trying to get all this stuff done. So thank you everybody for being here. And stick around for the raid, and we'll raid. And then I will see you soon. Erhini TV, vielen Dank, gleichfalls. Ich wünsche euch einen schönen Sonntag und eine schöne Woche.
Rating.
All the sweet.
Yeah, I heard.
Next
Hey, what's up, Robert? How you doing, bud? Everybody always comments on your music, man. I try to make it so people can actually hear it instead of just combat. I always turn the music up. Like, where do I have the settings at? Yeah, I got music up at 69 and everything else down at 25. Well, 25,
Starting the raid
26.
now.
I turn it all down so we can hear that music better. Love it. Good seeing you as well.
Thanks, guys. Thank you, everybody.
Audio mix is great. Every stream can hear your voice very well. Also, awesome.
Beta,
Thank you.
Slayheim,
I worked very hard to set all that up.
Trucy.
I am not an audio guy, but I did put in some effort to do my best to make it sound good. I'm glad that somebody that is an audio person recognizes that. I did put in some effort to do my best to make it sound thank you so much for the raid. What's going on, everybody? Glad that somebody that is an audio person. Oh my God, I'm just echoing. Hang on a second. Let me fix this. I did put in some effort. Let me fix this. To do my best. There we go. I got rid of me. Me in the background. We're actually watching Sean, and listening to him as we were streaming here. So that's how I've been doing it lately. Oh my gosh, I got to go back to this. There we go. All right. Slayheim, what's going on, man? How are you? Glad to see you again. Been enjoying streams. You're on the road. Okay, nice. Yeah, welcome in, everybody. Glad to have you all here. I'm only going to be streaming a little bit longer. Did we break the stream? You shouldn't have broken the stream, I hope. It was just a streamception going on because I was actually watching Sean, and when he raided me, it automatically switched over to it. So I apologize for that. I didn't close down Sean's stream fast enough. But yeah, I'm only going to be on for a little bit longer today. Just a wee bit. And we'll, see how things are going. But if you have questions, anything about the game, happy to answer them. If you don't know who I am, I stream almost exclusively Monsters and Memories these days. I don't really do much anything else. I used to be or was a variety streamer for a while, and then prior to that, I did some Fortnite streaming. So that's kind of who I am in a nutshell. The very, very quick version. But yeah. Take care. Have a good one. Thanks so much, Sean, a loving robot. Appreciate you. Even though I rag on you guys a lot about a lot of things in this game, I am always on your case. I know that. But I do appreciate the team and what they're doing and how they're building it and everything, all the effort they're putting in. I'm glad somebody is finally making this game, right? Like, it's fantastic. So, yeah. Anyway, everyone's follow and subscribe. Thank you so much, Vor. I appreciate it, bud. Sounded like a classic EQ when a mob is stunning you, spinning around. Oh, dude, I hate it so much. As a tank, my main character is a tank. Getting stunned in this game and then spinning left or right, it's infuriating. It doesn't happen, though, when you're tanking anymore, as long as the mob is facing you. It only does it if it is behind you, so that is good. Oops, I grabbed the wrong one. My bad. I'm failing over here. An enchanter not charming, unbelievable. We don't require our enchanters to charm in our groups, but yes, an enchanter not charming. If they want to charm, they are welcome to. The problem is with charming here is we have to actually get monsters from a different section and bring them over here. So it's kind of a pain to do sometimes. It's kind of annoying. We've done it in the past, but, you know, sometimes we just like to chill and just grind out some XP. I mean, I'm not getting any XP anymore on this character, but yeah, we're helping people grind out some XP and hopefully get some loot. We already got a few items today. We got a pair of boots upgrade, got a veil upgrade, actually 2 veil upgrades. So been a few upgrades already in the group. Yeah. Yes, the Zerat and was it Vethis? We're camping both of those currently. So you're in the same camp on your PvP server? Nice. Awesome. Love hearing that. Charm of in being a tank, yeah. It is part of the charm of being a tank, being able to spin around when you get hit. Absolutely. But it can be annoying when you're running away from mobs and they're all hitting you in the back and you get like that quick stun. It's like a 1-second stun and you just kind of like turn to the side. Man, it'll get you. If you're not paying attention, it'll definitely turn you and make you face the wrong direction. So it can definitely be rough. But anyway, while we have everyone here, most of you guys probably heard everything that Sean said. But if you didn't, one of the things that I like to do and I put it out on YouTube every day, is I go over, I do like a Sean stream recap. So every time he streams, if you're unable to watch his 2 or 3 hour long stream, I do a recap that's hopefully less than 5 or 10 minutes. Usually less than 10, sometimes 5, depends. So, yeah. So I was going to do a quick recap of all the things that were pertinent to Monsters and Memories. So, of course, he did talk about a lot of other things. But, yeah. So, we'll talk about that real quick. And then if you guys have more things to discuss, we can do that. So, during Sean's stream today, it's about 2 hours long. Today is August 1st. He just ended it just a couple minutes ago. So, we're going to go over all the things. He did have a lot to talk about with his gardening and all that kind of stuff. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, definitely go check out Sean's stream. But we don't talk about those on the recaps. I talk about things specific to Monsters and Memories, especially things that we have not heard before. So about 14 minutes in, he says we are hopefully going to get the Underdocs in the next 2 weeks, but it could take a little bit longer, maybe up to next 4 weeks or so. But hopefully we will have it in before early access starts. We only have about 6 weeks left of early access, or not early access, sorry, of beta before they're going to shut down the servers. I think we'll talk about that here in just a second as well. But he did say that they are still in good standing for getting the game out in early access October 1st. They are still looking at doing that. Around 18 minutes in, they are talking about the rest of the deep classes and giving us a roadmap or timeline on that, hopefully in the next week or so. He didn't give an exact date, anything like that, but they do want to give us a roadmap on when those might be available to us to get those deep dives, so we at least know where the class is going, and then hopefully they get it into the game so we can test it out for a little while prior to early access. I do want to do a video on all of the different classes prior to early access so people know what they're getting into when they get on those classes. Around 19 minutes in, yes, beta will be down about a week or two prior to early access starting. That's why I say there's only about 6 weeks or so left, 7 weeks maybe, of the beta before the early access actually starts, because they do want to take it down to make sure they get anything in. Previously, they did say that they may do a server lock on September 1st. He didn't say anything about that this time around, but that is what they had mentioned in the past. About 30 minutes in, currently no plan to restrict equipment. This has been a question that has been coming up quite a bit. I actually get this question a lot as well. People saying, are they going to level lock gear, make it no trade, no drop, all of that kind of things? And right now they have no plans to restrict any of the equipment. Well, they don't plan to restrict most of the equipment. Some items in the game will be no drop, they'll be lore, they'll be unique, stuff like that. But the majority of items you find throughout the game, you'll be able to just take them, put them on your twinks, put them on your alts, whatever. That is the plan for right now. But they will always have future goals and future changes to those kind of things. So look for it in the future. 35 minutes in, currently bards have no music. As many of you bard players know, when you actually play a song, it does not actually play any type of music, and that is currently intended. They are still discussing that in ways that they may change that in the future. Let me turn up the lighting here since it is nighttime while we're doing this and you can't see anything. But yeah, right now they are looking at that, and they may or may not be adding in music in the future, but right now it is intended to not have music. 42 minutes in, Sean does believe that they will have all classes in for their deep dive by the start of early access, is what he said, but there might be a few that don't make it in the cut before early access, or just know that going in, but they are doing everything they can to get them in before early access hits, so hopefully we'll at least have a few days or a week maybe to look over these classes. 50 minutes in, offhand comment about getting a tool belt in. I don't know if this was joking. It didn't sound like he was joking. It did actually sound like they want to add a tool belt for your tools to go in, so you don't have to worry about swapping tools around as much. Just make it a little bit easier to go out, harvest, and then continue fighting, and then harvest, and kind of go back and forth. A lot of people have been asking for that quality of life change, and I had not heard anything about it until today when Sean mentioned it as far as an official statement that they may be doing that. So possibly coming in soon. Hour and 1 minute Fallen Watch is so big they may split it up into multiple zones. They are considering level locking that as well, but it doesn't look like they're going to. There was actually a debate kind of during the stream a little bit about it. I chimed in on it, but Sean was kind of talking about it. Sean says that he doesn't really want to deal with the, I guess, feedback from it of people freaking out about it, saying, oh my gosh, don't level lock content. But the idea here is that they might level lock it temporarily for testing purposes only. So if they do level lock it, don't freak out. Try not to. I know some people in the community don't watch Sean's stream. They don't watch my stream or my overview videos, and they're just not going to know about it. So try to spread that word that if they do level lock the content, it'll be for testing purposes only. They do not plan to level lock content in the future, to my knowledge. Fallen Watch will be a very large zone with a pretty big level range to it. Sounded like starting in maybe the 30 or 40 range and going all the way up to maybe level 60. It sounded like a massive zone with a very big level range to it, and they just want people to kind of slowly go into it to see how it will play out, rather than a large group of level 60s running in and just kind of wiping everything out and making it super easy. That is the idea, is that they kind of want to test it out to see how it works. So if they do level lock it, testing purposes only is the short version of that. Hour and 2 minutes, the Veil of Zintar Tower is most likely going to be a 1.0 edition. A lot of people have asked about that. It's the giant floating black tower. It's got like corruption or something underneath it and all of that kind of stuff. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. That may be in by 1.0. They're trying to get that in. They want to get, all this stuff in, of course, but that's more of a later zone that they'll be adding in. Hour 17 minutes, discussion on friction and why they initially added it to the game. So if you want to hear about that, you can go listen to Sean talk about it a little bit. They do want to add friction. Some people call it lack of quality of life. They're calling it more friction. So it just depends on your definition of it. But there you go if you want to listen to Sean talk about it. But there's no intent right now to remove that friction. They do like it in the game. They want it in the game. However, with like the tool belt, things like that, they may make some changes depending on how things play out. Hour 36 minutes, you will be able to level 260 without leaving the deep. I was not sure if that would be possible or not, but Sean did confirm that you would be able to level 260 without leaving the deep. However, it doesn't really come to a surprise to me, because places like Fallen Pass, you can actually start around level mid-teens and go all the way up to 60 very easily in Fallen Pass. A lot of zones you can level. Night Harbor alone, theoretically, you could go from level 1 to 60 just in Night Harbor. So it's not a far stretch to say that you'll be able to level from 1 to 60 in the deep. Hour 39 minutes in, there will be housing in Elverith, which is the Deep Elf City, and in the Underdock. So for those that wanted to have some sort of housing in those areas, that will be available. Hour 45 minutes, trait rework before EA is the hope. I know a lot of people are talking about the traits, saying that only Magic Resist is the only one you should ever take. And some people say that this one's good and this one's bad and all that kind of stuff. They are looking at hopefully doing a full trait rework prior to early access. Last thing that I want to point out is around an hour and 2 minutes in, he said there's a little spoiler. The way I understood this, 2 hours and 2 minutes. The way I understood this is that they may be adding a mini game to the game in the next patch. We don't know what that mini game will be. I mentioned that maybe it's a fishing mini game. He debunked that immediately. So it's not a fishing mini game, but maybe we're going to get some sort of mini game or some sort of thing we can do, like a game within a game in the future. So anyway, that is going to be it for that stream update. If you have any questions and stuff like that, we will do that during the stream. Lots of drop frame. It's laggy. Oh, that's probably because I was trying to record it at the same time. So we'll see how that turns out. I apologize for that. YouTube dropping frames. That's my bad, probably. That's probably on me, guys. Yeah, my computer was telling me earlier, like, you're doing too much on this computer right now, so I got to fix that. Hopefully it recorded it well. If it didn't, I'll re-record it later. Anyway, you mentioned the druid, the shaman, blah, 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 blah. Oh. Sorry, somebody was asking me a question in game as well. So the audio is clear, but the everything else is laggy. Okay. Well, at least you guys heard me. Apologies for the video there. I try to keep things looking. It's okay. Did it? I was trying to record and it's using up a lot of my CPU right now for some weird reason. I don't really know why. I don't know if that'll fix anything. Yeah, I gotta fix some stuff. That might have fixed. I don't know what's going on. Anyway. But yeah, hopefully everybody is having a fantastic day. Hope you guys enjoyed Sean's stream. The video is still bad? Is it really? Is it still bad and like choppy? Let me see if I can close some stuff. I don't know why like it does that sometimes. Yeah, I changed the way that I'm doing stuff recently. And it's yeah, it's just causing some issues. No, it's not a Windows update. It's just utilizing. It's better now. Okay, I closed a couple of things. It's just utilizing a lot of my CPU at the moment. I think there's something in the background running. I need to fix it. Yeah, I probably just had too many things open. Too many windows and such. Alright, sorry about that. Yeah, I take pride in the quality of the stream, so. But anyway, hope you guys are all doing well. Yes, I am, honey. And the dish, the dryer washer stuff, I haven't had that set up since we got new phones and new internet. It's all been. Did you get it working? Okay. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. Windows update for sure. It could be a Windows update. I don't know. But yeah, that computer, I have a dual PC setup, and my stream computer just kind of takes a poo sometimes. But I'm actually really excited from what Sean was saying today about the. He feels like they're on track. I'll be honest. I don't feel like they're on track to get all the classes done before early access starts. But Sean feels optimistic and feels like they're on track about it. So we're gonna go with it. I'll defer to him. He knows more about what's going on within the company than I do. So hopefully we do get all those in. You said they plan to release Underdocs in a week or two. Do you mean the deep zones or just the one zone? He said Underdocs specifically, so I don't know. It sounds like the deeps might be 2 weeks or more before the deep stuff is ready. So it sounds like the Underdocs will be a separate thing that'll be released in the next week or two. Maybe like next update, we might get the Underdocs. And then a week or 2 weeks after that, we'll start getting more of the deep zones, is what it sounded like to me. Some classes may not be changing a lot. That's true, yeah. Some of the classes may not be changing a lot, which is awesome. I feel like the Ranger, though, has got to change a lot. The Paladin's got to change a lot. And the Shadow Knight. Like, those three classes, they're all hybrids that have a parent class that's a caster. And if they take anything, if you look at, like, the Beastmaster and the way they did that, they literally just took all of the abilities away from the Beastmaster that came from Shaman. So those other classes and the Inquisitor as well, if you look at that, they're going to have to rework all of those things. I feel like it's just maybe not a lot of new things that are adding in. Like the Beastmaster, they added in abilities to all of the different pets. They wanted to make sure you had a DPS pet, a balance pet, tank pet, all of that. So that's why I feel like the Beastmaster might have been kind of that situation. But yeah, maybe some things are just going to be just a few tweaks here and there and not big reworks. So we'll just have to see. We'll have to see. It has taken quite some time, though, to get the ones. We've only got 6 of them in so far, with 3 currently on the way. So that's only going to be half of them done in the amount of time with, in the last, 2 months or something? It's been quite a bit of time for 6 classes to get in, but they did say those are going to be the bigger reworks. So we'll see. Looking forward to Ranger and Shadow Knight. Me too. I'm really looking forward to the Ranger. I'm curious what they're going to do with that class. I feel like they're going to take the foraging and allow you to forage specific items to then use in maybe survival or maybe another type of trade skill with the Ranger to be able to make special types of bandages or special types of traps similar to that of tinkering with the Archer, but maybe different. That's kind of what I'm looking for. Hey, how are you? I am doing well. How are you? Welcome, welcome. But yeah, if you have any questions, please let me know. It's been a month since last sets. Yeah, it's been over a month or just right out a month. Yeah, it was like the 2nd of January, or sorry, 2nd of July. I think that they announced it. Then they did another update, like what, two and a half weeks ago or something like that, like a patch to the patch, and that's pretty much all we've seen. We haven't seen anything in the last 2 weeks. So I expect this next patch to be pretty big. Pretty big. But if we get the Underdocs, if we get a Cleric, Monk, Fighter class reworks, hopefully some formula changes or formula reworks. I know that currently AC doesn't work properly and the Strength formula is not working properly. So I know they're looking at those two among others. Hopefully we get some of those in the next patch as well. Even without an Enchanter Charming here, we're still blasting through these pretty quickly. Big patch, lots of bugs. I hope we don't get many bugs. I'm cautiously optimistic about it. They have been known to throw a few bugs at us every time well, not every time, but a lot of times when we get a big patch, quite a few bugs present themselves. So hopefully if we do get some bugs, they're on it quickly to resolve them. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. I'm not paying attention here. I'm wondering how they're going to make Cleric wanted over the 2 priests with Speed of the Wild. Well, yeah, that's part of it. We were talking about that earlier, that right now the Cleric feels bad compared to the other 2, right? People will still take you as a Cleric because they need a healer. If you have a healer that's available, they will absolutely take, or if you are a healer that is available, they will absolutely take you as a Cleric. But if they have the option of a Druid or Shaman or a Cleric, they're going to take Druid or Shaman over the Cleric most times. The thing that a Cleric does really well that the other two don't is healing, and right now it's just excess healing, the way that it currently works. So, but yeah, hopefully they add some more to it. I'm expecting the Cleric to get things like maybe a little bit of melee abilities. So currently the Shaman can dot, and the Druid can nuke really well, direct damage spells. And if they want to try to keep the Cleric to be able to do some damage along with those other classes, then maybe give them the ability to melee. I know a lot of people want to have a Battle Cleric. Other people don't want to have that. So that's definitely going to be a hot topic when that gets in. And then another thing would be spells that, like a buff that you could put on a player to allow them to heal themselves, so like a proc heal, or something like Mark of Carnage, which is a paladin ability that allows you to heal when you hit the enemy, which is also Mark of Karn from EverQuest if you played that game. But if you didn't, basically every time you attack an enemy, you heal a little bit of damage or have a proc chance to heal a little bit of damage. So those kind of things are something that I would hope that they put on there. And then also some AC buffs, some HP buffs from the Cleric would be nice. They currently have the best HP buff in the game, but an AC buff would also be nice, or a combination thereof where they put them together into one buff. Trying to think of what else they could really do. One of the things that we were talking about earlier as well is having overhealing, because it's easy to overheal with the Cleric right now. They do massive heals. So having where the overheal turns into a turning into like a rune shield would be kind of nice. But anyway, we talked about a lot of these things earlier. But yeah, I'm very curious of what their plan is with the Cleric in the future. I always hope not, but it's the way of the MMO. Oh yeah, it is the way of the MMO. Bugs will come in with every patch. It just happens. Yeah, Carnage was actually talking about that not long ago with the patch process of Monsters and Memories. Actually, he specifically was referring to them, saying that what he basically prefaced it with. It's like the good sandwich with the bad in the middle or whatever. And he basically was like, it has the best chance of being successful old school MMO. However, they need to work on their patch process, but game's looking really good kind of thing. And yeah, their patch process is, it needs a little work, but we'll see how it goes. It is beta. But anyway, that's it. Yeah, we'll probably camp this for a little bit longer than I'm going to have to skedoodle. Unfortunately. I guess we're just disenchanting the dagger again. Bye bye dagger. What do you guys feel about the inventory Tetris that you have to play in this game? Constantly like moving bags around and all that kind of stuff. I am always doing it, just all the time, opening up my bags, moving things around, disenchanting items and crafting using my different trade skill bags. I don't know if I like it. I think it's a little too tedious personally, but I know some people enjoy that kind of gameplay. You hate it? Yeah, it's rough for sure. It is rough for sure. They should make the appropriate size item go to the appropriate bag. Yeah, I think that's my biggest takeaway. Just reverse the order of these bags down here. Put your smallest bag in the first slot and your biggest bag in the last slot, and let the small items go into the small bag first, so that we don't have to constantly move things around. They need to make pots stack better. I agree with that too. Yeah, I was just talking about that actually at the beginning of the stream. I was trying to do some inventory management with my mules. I have several different characters, and one of them is a potions mule. And yeah, the potions stacking, definitely an issue. They made it better recently with the stat potions. At least stack up to 3 or 5. What is it? 5 now. They do stack a little bit, but Invis potions don't stack. What other potions do I use? I use Invis and IVU potions, which don't stack. These potions, the stone skin ones, do stack up to 3. So, well, yeah, they stack up to 3. The vitality potions don't stack. But those are the only ones I have on me, is some Invis and vitality potions. But I really, really wish that they would stack those more. Or even better, there's a bandolier in the game. If you have a bandolier, you put in the bandolier, there's a little button at the bottom that says elixir. Make it to like a skill check. If you get like 5 potions in, you put 5 potions in there and you turn it into elixir, and it creates 1 potion with 5 charges on it. That would be nice. Another way that they could do it and make it an elixir, you know. Concentration doesn't stack. Concentration doesn't as well. Yeah. Quality of life thing. Yeah, there's a lot of quality of life things that. Yeah. Do we like? Do we not like? Potions and poison weight. 1 each is pretty nuts too. Are they a 1? A potion? Let's see. Yeah, that was 1 weight. Are all of them 1 weight? Yeah, they all seem to be 1 weight. Yeah, I never even looked at the weight. That's definitely an issue for especially spellcasters. People that don't have very high strength. Forgive my bad insight, but do you use potion bag? I don't use a potion bag on my character because you can only hold potions inside of your potion bag. Unless you're talking about alchemy bag. But if you're talking about the bandolier, I use that on my potion mule because it's a 16 slot bag that can hold potions. So it's a very large bag that can just fill this bank with a bunch of potions in there. Rogues have 20 stack poisons that weigh 20. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, that's definitely rough. But at least rogues have a lot of strength. Or, you know, a good rogue will have a lot of strength. That's like their main stat, so. You need to make larger bags as well. I don't make, well, I have larger bags. I don't make larger bags because these are all trade skill bags. My tailoring, my leatherworking, and my trainee enchanting bag. So I carry those around specifically for that reason, is so that I can break down when I get like cloth. I can break it down like linen. I break it down into linen scraps, or leather. I break it down into scraps, and then I turn those into trade skill stuff later on. So that's why I have these 2 bags here. And then I have my enchanting tome, just because I have an enchanting tome for whenever anybody needs enchants and I'm out in the world. That's the reason I don't have larger satchels. So just to kind of explain that one. I saw a potion bag once, thought, but haven't used one yet. I was wondering if they would stack in there. They don't stack in there, no. So potions, the potions that stack are the potions that stack, and that's it. They don't stack inside of that bag. However, the potion bandolier does have an elixir button at the bottom of it. And that elixir button, I would think, would create an elixir at some point, but it currently doesn't do anything, to my knowledge. If anybody knows how to use it, let me know. Keep it all in one larger bag and swap them out when you need them. Yeah, well, that's what I do, but I mean, clearly, right now I wouldn't be able to swap them out, right? I could swap them out once at a time, but I'm getting enough leather and tailoring that I keep swapping back and forth, and I already have to move the seam ripper back and forth. So, you know, it's whatever. What is this? Oh, this is the mixing satchel here. And then I have my jewel crafting bag there as well. But I could easily make larger bags. I just don't because I'm constantly using the bags that I have available. These as well as the Jewel Crafter bag, the Disenchanting Cube here. The Mortar and Pestle I don't use a whole lot, but I do carry it around. It's just a lot of inventory Tetris, which is a little bit annoying sometimes. I admit. I don't remember if I made... Yeah, I made linen pouches, so I do have the best pouches in the game. Be nice if the Seam Ripper would be put on a tool belt and I could use it from there. That would be nice, yes. That would be very nice. And then I could actually carry around a satchel rather than all of these bags, right? Like, I don't need the tailoring kit or the leather working kit, or I don't need any of these three things. I could craft everything in town, and then if I could just use the Seam Ripper out of a crafting kit would be nice, just to break things down. Hopefully Seam Ripper just count as a tool and you don't have to... Yeah, exactly. That would be nice. Once they do a tool belt. Yeah, that would be super nice if they get to that point. But we'll see. Some of the quality of life stuff not being there is good for that friction, but a lot of it is just kind of like, really? Really? Do we need this? Do we not need this? But like Sean likes to say, they're making their game, and I appreciate that and I respect that. So make your game, and we're just going to give you feedback on what we like and don't like. Oops. Yeah, I might actually... I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow. I'm trying to think right now. Like, I may take the day off from streaming tomorrow to try to set up something with my computers. We'll see. I may or may not. See how I feel. So, I usually do stream, though, every day, almost every day. Take some weekends off here and there. But start around 9 a.m. Eastern daily, so if you're interested in seeing Monsters and Memories content, I do try to stream it every day. It is pretty much my exclusive game at the moment. Can't wait for the fighter deep dive, though. Oh my goodness gracious! Fighter deep dive is something I've been wanting for a while. I'm not a big fan that the fighter is a high DPS class. Looking forward to that as well. Yeah, I want it to be a very tanky. I want it like the warrior in EverQuest, right? More buttons to push, but. Yeah, I want it to be like a high threat, very defensive class, which it sounds like to be what it's going to be, according to what Zillith was saying. So we'll be checking out the fighter, the cleric, and the monk. I have access to all three of those at high level. Fighter being level 60, monk being level 60, and cleric 58, I think, is the one I have access to. So we'll be checking out all 3 of those classes come whenever they do the deep dive on them. We'll be playing them and checking them out a bunch. I'll mostly be playing fighter during that, but I'll definitely be checking out the others. So hopefully we can show those off and how they look and how they play at a high level. And then I want to try to do some videos for YouTube. I want to start looking at doing more videos for YouTube now that we're only 2 months away. Like crazy. 2 months out from early access. So I want to start doing some more videos on these deep dives. After I actually get a chance to play the classes. So far, the only ones I've played are the Wizard, Spellblade, and Beastmaster out of the 6 that have been deep dive. I do have a level 60 Wizard and then a level 36, I think, Spellblade and a 30 Beastmaster. So I need to work on the others. I talk about the Druid a lot, and I pick on the Druid a lot. I feel like it's an overpowered class. It just does everything too well. So I do need to actually get in and play it at some point, because I know when I give my opinion on it, people are like, "Well, you haven't played it." I get that, but yeah, it's just I just don't like the way it feels and looks. But that's just me. Are they planning on getting all the deep dives by EA? According to Sean, which he just said less than an hour ago, that yes, they are trying to get all of the deep dives in, and he thinks that they are on track to get it done by EA. I'm a little bit pessimistic about it, but he, like I said earlier, he knows better than I do. He knows what they're actually doing in-house. I'm just a player of the game, so at the rate that they've been going, no, they're not going to get it done if they continue at that same rate. But if they speed it up a little bit, or maybe they've worked on a bunch of stuff that we just don't know about, it's possible. And according to Sean, yes, they are trying to. I have this bad mind glitch to where I feel like I need to remake a character when they get redone like this. I feel you. I'll probably make a brand new fighter and a brand new monk and a brand new cleric and mess around with them a little bit, at least for a couple of days at some point during the beta, just so I have a feel of them, even though I have access to high level ones. So excited to see what they do with the Ranger. Me too. Very, very excited about the Ranger. They did delay the game kind of close to release, right? They did. And the reason they ended up delaying the game, the main reason, at least to my understanding, is because the classes were not in the game the way that they wanted them, and they didn't feel ready on that front. And they wanted to do deep dives and all that. So that was the plan. That was like a month or so prior to... It's like a month or so prior to... what's it called? Early access. There we go. The June 1st release of early access. So yeah. Always welcome to access your Druid. I appreciate that, Vor. I might take you up on that to play around with it and just see how it goes. I may do that. Fortunately, I have access to a lot of different characters that are high level. We got a monk. Let's see. What do I have? We got a monk, a fighter, a wizard, all level 60. A necromancer that I might be able to get access to. I'd have to ask him. He's a strange duck when giving out access to different characters. We've got a cleric that's 58. We got a bard that's 57 that I could play anytime. So high level elementalist. We've got a lot that we can mess with when they get these deep dives in. So I definitely want to be able to jump on those classes. They better not delay again. I hope they don't delay again. I really, really hope not. I mean, it's definitely possible. It's always possible they could delay again. But I think it would be detrimental to them at this point if they do. I think that a few people on their team really want to get paid. Need a job or whatever's going on with them in their lives, have no clue. But I think that they're really hoping to start making a little bit of money, and this would be like a real blessing to them to make that happen. And I know how that feels. I also want it to come out in early access because I feel like once it does come out in early access, we might be able to boost the stream in my YouTube channel a little bit more, and that would be really nice for me. So there's a little bit of everything going around, But yeah, EA is just beta. What we're paying for? Sean said that tonight. He did, yeah. He did kind of say that. I think EA is a little bit different than beta, at least my interpretation of it. They are going to make sure that they word it properly when we sign up for early access. I even said in Sean's stream today when he was talking about that, is that every company, every player in the community, we all have different views of what early access is. Some people feel like it's just a beta test that you pay for. Some people feel like it's a little bit more than that. So yeah. Anyway. They always could, but do not think they can afford to delay. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, afford is the way you're putting it there, Vor. I agree with you. I don't think they can afford to delay, in quotes, because people would just have to probably step away from the team, unfortunately. Like, hey, I want to work on the game. I want to continue doing this, but I got to go, get paid. And I totally respect that. Like, it's expensive out there, very expensive out there. They've been working like mad. They have. Yeah, they have been working like mad for sure. 5 years since Sean, 5 or almost 6 years or something like that, since Sean started working on it. And then other developers on the team have been coming in slowly, but some of them have been working on it for several years, putting in dozens, if not more, hours a week. They're working on this as a full-time job without pay in some cases, and that's, that deserves something, and that's why I want the early access to hit. I am nervous about the early access being good enough when it hits, and then people buying into it and being like, this is garbage or something, and just the things that people typically say, and how the internet deals with stuff. So I am nervous with that, but I don't know. I feel like they have a good enough game here and a good enough foundation here to where I think it'll be successful. I think it's going to be a bumpy road, but I think it'll end up being successful. And I personally will be on board day one of early access. I plan to give them my $15 a month, make a character, and play a bunch and stream a bunch and do everything that I can with it. So. I think there's a lot of people in that same boat. I think there's a lot of people that will just pay a sub even if they don't play it. Maybe not a huge amount of people, but I think that there will be some people out there that will just be like, I just want this game to be successful, and they're going to pay a monthly sub just to make it successful, or buy some merch from the store, even though they don't plan on playing it until 1.0. So that'll probably happen as well. I could not volunteer for as long as they have. Yeah, trust me, I know how that feels. I volunteered at a children's hospital for 8 years. 8 years. I would go in, volunteer, and do all the things in hopes to one day get a job there, a very specific job. I'm not a medical professional in any way, but I was trying to do gaming and stuff with them. And anyway, long story short, I did not get the job there that I was really, really hoping for after putting in 8 years of volunteer time. And it feels bad, it feels bad when you put in so much effort and then the job never actually comes up or never comes around, or you don't get it, or whatever happens, or you run out of time waiting and you end up going to do something else because you have to start making money and you can't wait it out anymore. So I could have paid for it at this point. EA positives not losing tunes. Yeah. I would have paid for it starting in June, But I do think that with the class reworks, the way they're doing the class reworks, I do think that it would have been bad for them if they started taking money in June, and then how it's been if everything panned out the same way. But if they were getting paid, they might have worked on things more quickly, maybe. May have hired new people on. I don't know. But yeah. Anyway, that's just my take on it. We all have our opinions. Anyway, I think I'm going to have to call it there for me. We're going to raid Brew 2, as Sean was saying. He was like, I basically said at the end of Sean's stream, I'm only going to be on for a little bit longer. So I wanted to stream for a bit longer, chat with you all before I head out here. I've got some things I need to do today, speaking of real life and jobs and all that kind of stuff. Even though this is my full-time job at the moment, I still have to do other jobs. So I do that to make ends meet while we're waiting on this game to hopefully come to fruition. But I appreciate everybody coming in. I appreciate everybody chatting, the follows, all of that kind of stuff. Thank you so much for being here. Like I said, I do stream every day around 9 a.m. Eastern, except for sometimes on the weekends when I have my kiddo and we're doing family stuff. And we stream for at least 4, 5, 6 hours minimum, sometimes more. And yeah, we've been chatting mostly about Monsters and Memories lately. So thank you all so much for being here. I do appreciate it. And I'm going to send you all over to Brew 2. We'll send him a raid. So raid Brew 2. What was it, 1902? Or was it 1908? I need to look that up. Hang on a second. I'll find it. Oh boy, we might die here. 1908. There we go. I found it. So take care, everybody. Have a good one. We'll see you next time.